This is John. Can you hear me?
Heard you in the chamber.
Yeah, I just heard you. Can you try a few other mics, please?
Testing mic.
Sounds good. How do I sound?
City manager desk mic.
Well, sounds good. Can we try a few of the council member mics, please?
Test.
Sounds good.
Mic 7 testing.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Mic test.
Sounds good.
Good evening, Madam Clerk. Madam Clerk, please start the meeting at this time. Closed session is starting at 4 p.m. I hereby call a special closed session meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Here.
Mayor Amescua.
Present.
Let the record show all 7 members are present, 4 in person, 3 via Zoom.
Would any members of the council like to take this time to announce their abstentions on closed session items?
Yes, Mayor. This is Councilmember Fan. I'd like to recuse myself from items 1B and 1C as Dyer 18 LLC is a client of my employer, Rattan & Tucker. So I will not be in the room while it is being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no others at this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers for closed session items?
We do not. No in-person comments or via Zoom.
Great, thank you. We'll now recess to the portion of the meeting to consider the items that are listed on closed session. Thank you.
Recording in progress.
I see some carpenters in the house. Oh, I'm live now, I can't say that. Okay, here we go. Madam Clerk, please start the meeting. I hereby call the regular open meeting to order. This meeting is taking place with in-person attendance and by teleconference via Zoom. The public may access the meeting via the Santa Ana YouTube channel or the city's website. Please bear with us as the technology may disrupt the flow of the meeting. Madam Clerk, please conduct roll call.
Councilmember Becerra.
Here.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Penaloza.
Present.
Councilmember Fan.
Here.
Councilmember Vasquez.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Mayor Mescua.
Present.
Record show, 6 members present, 5 in person, 1 via Zoom.
Perfect, thank you. Madam Clerk, before we proceed for the Pledge of Allegiance, please make any announcements.
To request to speak on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction, please dial *9 from your phone or click the button labeled Raise Hand from Zoom at this time.
Thank you. We're going to do the Pledge of Allegiance right now. We're going to have Rich Gomez come on up and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by words of inspiration by Pastor Ivan Pitts. Mr. Gomez, can you please speak into the mic?
Yes. Jeez. Yeah, put me under pressure. All right, ready to begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pastor Pitts, please.
Good evening. It is such a great pleasure and an honor to be here with you all today. The last time I was here was just last month, and you all honored us with our 100th anniversary proclamation. And I just want to say thank you. You blessed us, and we will never forget your generosity and kindness. I served in the United States Navy way back in the day. I won't say the year. And when we graduated, called Pass and Review, there were 4 flags that were in the front line of our company as we crossed. One flag said C-139, that was the name of our company. Another flag said Hall of Fame because we had reached a distinction. A third flag was the flag of the United States Navy, but the flag that was in the center, it was the tallest and it was the largest, was the United States of America flag. Our company commanders told us that in our lives, we would hold many flags that mean many things. But we must always understand what is central and what flies the biggest and what's central in our lives. Me as a Christian, that center flag is the flag of love. And I challenge us to concentrate and to think about what flags we fly, but what flies high and what flies center and what guides us as we move forward. Let us pray. Oh, I like claps. By my wisdom, kings reign, and rulers make laws that are just. By my help, princes govern, and all nobles rule on this earth. I love those who love me, and those who seek will find me. Thank you, O Lord, for all the civil servants. Thank you for their hard work and their sacrifice. May you continually bless them and their families. May your generosity give them wisdom and discerning hearts to skillfully govern our beautiful and precious city. Give our mayor, our city manager, our councilmen and women, leaders and staff, give them wisdom that they may solve problems, work for unity, and fight for justice to bring order, stability, prosperity to our beloved community as we seek to live out E pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one. We pray this in the mighty name of God, our Father. Let all the people say, amen. Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Pastor Pitts. Thank you very much. All right, the first one is the certificate of recognition. Oh, that's mine, huh? I'm going to recognize the city's executive assistants and executive secretaries in honor of Women's History Month. Ladies and gentlemen, can you join me, please? Or ladies? One or two of you are going to have to speak, so you better pick now. Well, it's Women's History Month, and who better to honor than the backbone of all the department heads? We don't see them very often, and you don't hear from them very often, but they're so, so very important. And so we wanted to honor them this month. Women's History Month is a month-long celebration of women's accomplishments and contributions. During this month, we highlight the contributions of women to events in history and in modern society. Joining us tonight are the women of the city of Santa Ana, the driving force behind the mayor, the council, and the executive management team. Rosa Flores. You gotta wave when I say your name. Rosa has to work with me. I feel bad for her sometimes. I'm kidding. She's wonderful to me. Yesenia Cruz. Angie Morris. Melanie Torres. Fatima Arasa. Elizabeth Plotnick. Lori Ortiz. Kristen Andrade. Alice Sepulveda. Cynthia Mora. Susanna St. Clair. Stella Fajardo. And Bianca Zarita. These women spend the bulk of their time organizing, planning, strategizing, mapping, calculating, you name it, handling calendars and phone calls and people who call and complain sometimes. But they do amazing work. They are the true gatekeepers, the confidants, and overall support system to the city of Santa Ana. They are also known to be powerful influencers, a title earned by providing extensive value not only to the executive and or elected official they support, but also to the entire city and its constituency. Without these women, we would not be able to deliver efficient public services to ensure public safety, a prosperous economic environment, opportunities for our youth, and a high quality of life for our residents. In honor of Women's History Month, we, the mayor and the council, and I would say all of our leadership, we'd like to thank you for all that you do, for your sacrifices, for your dedication, and for your patience. And I really want to give them a round of applause, please, please. I have been here a short time, and in the short time that I've been here, I can tell you that they are all truly, truly the backbone of this city. And they're amazing women, all of them. So I'm going to select two of you, unless you want two volunteers to come up and say something. Don't be shy now. Come on, Rosa. That's right. Thank you. Yay! All right.
Well, Mayor and City Council, thank you so much for this recognition. We are humbled but ecstatic to be recognized today. And I want you to know that whether we are talking to a constituent, a resident, a business owner, or anyone from the community, we treat them with respect, We're polite to them and professional, and we do that every day knowing that we represent our executive directors and our mayor and city council. And we do it because we love the city of Santa Ana. Thank you so much.
All right, one more. Anybody, ladies? Don't be shy. Come on up, Yesenia. All right.
Thank you. And like Rosa said, we love this city. We are passionate about what we do, and that's why I think we all do a great job. And it's all a team effort here. So thank you so much, everybody.
All right. Again, ladies, thank you. I'd like to invite the council to come down so we can all fit into a picture because we should all be in the picture with them.
Yeah.
Someone Photoshop me in the picture.
We're standing back here so that we can all meet Hi. We're going to stand back here, okay?
See what happens if you invite them up and they come and make.
You guys don't mind. Very lucky to have you. Yes.
I got it, you're good.
So conveniently, while I'm down here, I'm just going to go ahead and grab the mic and ask if Robin McNair would join me up here. Yes, please. While Robin's coming up, Robin's bringing a contingent from Valley High School, which I'm very happy to say is in Ward 4, so glad to see Valley High School in the house. Hi, guys. Hi, guys. You over here. What are you doing? So tonight, accepting this proclamation declaring March as Arts and Education Month is Robin McNair, who's our Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator at the Santa Ana Unified School District, and, very importantly, my appointment to the Arts and Culture Commission here in the city, and I believe you're in your second term as chair, correct?
Yes.
All right, see, all good things are coming out of Ward 4 tonight. Joining Robin tonight are several Valley High School students involved in the SAUSD Arts Education programs. So we have Andrew Hernandez. Andrew, where are you? Hey, Andrew. Jordan Ramos. Okay. Jocelyn Acosta. Hey, Jocelyn. Matthew Morones. All right, Matthew. Sorry, I butchered that. Myra Omendo. There you are. And Jesus Amaro. Not here tonight? Okay, perfect. Thank you for that assist. And also Amy Beltran. And SAUSD Arts Curriculum Specialist Sylvia Cuevas.
She's in the audience actually recording this.
Okay. And she's got her hand up, beautiful. So it is important to take this opportunity to remind everyone how valuable arts education is and the potential that it cultivates. Arts education, which includes dance, music, theater, literary, culinary, media, and visual arts, and all its forms, is an essential part of basic education for all of our youth, from early childhood all the way through college. So to provide that balanced learning and to develop the full potential of their minds. Arts is essential in redefining excellence in education and development of the whole child in order to raise the next generation of leaders and innovators. Arts education has many benefits for students, from developing valuable skills to providing an outlet for self-expression. With well-planned instruction and activities in the arts, children develop initiative, creative ability, self-expression, self-reflection, thinking skills, discipline, heightened appreciation of beauty, and cross-cultural understanding. Just a few things, right? We encourage the community to celebrate the arts with meaningful student activities and programs that demonstrate learning and understanding in both visual and performing arts. I want to thank Robin and SAUSD for making the arts such a prominent and valued component of our youth's curriculum and helping to ensure a culturally enriched future for our youth and for our city. So tonight, it is my honor, on behalf of the Santa Ana City Council, to declare March as Arts and Education Month. And with that, I'd like to have Robin say a few words. Here you go.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Councilman Becerra. I appreciate the opportunity. And many of you may have attended Boca de Oro on Saturday. That is the kickoff officially for Arts and Education Month every year. But more importantly, why are we here? Because of these people. And not only is it just within the school district, there's many artists and arts and culture organizations in Santa Ana where we have a very arts-rich city who provide and support our students with arts experiences and arts learning. So thank you to you and the city council and all of the women in the history who help support those things, Bianca, who supports the Arts and Culture Commission in particular. It is my honor to support and serve these opportunities and to recognize our youth here and our teachers, our educators who support in the school district. So thank you for being here and doing the civic duty. I appreciate it.
Well, with that, if my colleagues would like to come down, I'd like to go ahead and have a picture with everybody, if you'd like to join us.
Please Photoshop me into this one too.
I'm also a product of SAUSD. I've been living in the city my entire life, chose to come back and teach here. The arts, I am the example of what the arts can do. Had it not been for my music classes, I would have never graduated from high school. I would have never even gone to school. So I am just thrilled and proud to be able to share that love for the arts with students, and I hope that everyone kind of gets the chance to experience the power that the arts can have on our students, regardless of what it is, music, dance, visual arts. It's important to us as humans. It's the art of being human, and so I'm really happy that our city is also supportive in that.
I think their presence speaks for the power of just being in the arts. So. Okay.
Andrew.
Hi, my name is Andrew Hernandez, and I'm just very happy to be here and be here with one of my favorite teachers that I love and adore, and I'm just very glad to be here. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Aaliyah Cortez, and I just like to say I'm so grateful to be here and to have opportunities like this here, and having my very nice teacher, Miss Beltran, to have us all be here. And Vasquez, he's like such a good history teacher. We love Vasquez, just saying. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's give these guys one more round of applause.
Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report out of closed session?
Thank you, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. Of the items considered on tonight's
Can you speak a little louder?
Yes, sorry. Of the items considered on tonight's closed session agenda, there is no reportable action.
Perfect, thank you. This is the time of the meeting for the City Council to receive comments from the public on agenda and non-agenda items. Pursuant to the Brown Act, the City Council may not enter into discussion at this time. We will now hear from the members of the public that are physically present in the council chamber first, and then hear from those on the conference call or Zoom. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone wanting to speak on the conference call or Zoom?
Yes, there is one speaker.
One speaker?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Let me go through the ones that are present first, and then we'll go that way. Thank you. May I have Zach Cantor and Naya come up, followed by Stefan Tancredi. I apologize if I said that wrong. If you could just come up, so be ready to speak, please. Zach Cantor, please, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Thank you for having us in this session this evening. I'm here to talk about item number 21, which is exploring the possibilities for converting the Riverview Golf Course into a park for all community members. We'd really love to see that happen, and I have a few things to share with you about our organization, the Wildlands Conservancy. We're a private nonprofit organization that has been a leading advocate for the Santa Ana River Trail for over 2 decades. Our organization also manages California's largest nonprofit nature preserve system and hosts over 60,000 students to our preserves each and every year to give more opportunities, like those young people we just saw up here learning about the arts, to learn about the outdoors. We see that the Santa Ana River Trail has become a passport to nature for millions of Southern Californians whose daily lives are improved by everything that this trail offers. In 2014, the Wildlands Conservancy partnered with community members and elected officials, including State Senator at the time, Lou Correa, to create the Santa Ana River Conservancy, which is now administered by the California Coastal Conservancy. And that program has brought together many members from different communities up and down the river, from San Bernardino, Riverside, and here in Orange County, to come up with dozens of projects to improve access and restore habitat along the river. And we're now pursuing additional funding from the state this year for continuing that program. This evening, I want to speak about the conversion of the golf course to becoming one of the city's premier nature parks, and it fits superbly with a number of important worldwide efforts. The first of these is the 30 by 30 initiative, which demonstrates a real commitment by the state and federal leaders to get serious about climate change impacts and chart a new course in equitable access to the life-changing and beneficial aspects of outdoors, especially for members of underserved communities. The second important thing is building that access for people to also benefit the environment. And an example of that is the Los Angeles River Master Plan that has been recently approved to the tune of over $20 billion. I just, in my final moments here of this comment, would just encourage you all to think about the future of Santa Ana for the current generation and future generations. And, please take this opportunity to help us convert that Riverview Golf Course is just for a select few, for every one of the members of the community. I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Stefan Tancredi. I hope I didn't say that wrong. Stefan Tancredi or Tancredi? No? Going once, going twice. Boris Gressley.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Boris Gressley, and I'm here on behalf of the Carpenters Contractors Cooperation Committee. And I'm also joined here tonight by Rich Gomez, Vice President of the Carpenters Union Local 714, and many rank and file members of the Carpenters Union as well. In our day-to-day, we come across daily examples of worker abuse and see the emotional and financial toll it takes on them and their families. We see workers sharing and dividing checks among themselves in order to pay labor traffickers a kickback. We see workers being misclassified as a means to steal wages. And we see workers having to deal with bounced checks and stolen overtime pay. These unlawful activities undermine the construction industry and has a negative impact to us all. As such, we are glad to see the City Council interested in taking steps to ensure working class families are being protected, and applaud the city for actually having a contractor disclosure ordinance, which we believe can be strengthened. And we applaud City Councilwoman Fan for bringing the proposed amendments forward. We believe it's going to create a level playing field, and we also believe that it's going to create a culture of legal and safety compliance here in the city of Santa Ana. Thank you very much.
Thank you. May Tanner.
Hello, everyone. My name is May Tanner. Thank you for having me here. Oh, whoa there. Someone stole my outfit. I am a Santa Ana College student. I've been a resident of Santa Ana for about 7 years now, all spent at Red Roof Inn, Santa Ana. I haven't spoken in front of a crowd in a while. Living at the Red Roof Inn has been quite an experience for me. I've seen what the housing crisis in California has unleashed upon a lot of residents from all walks of life. I've seen great-grandmothers whose families have abandoned them, taking care of their three great-grandchildren who are sick and ailing themselves, trying to raise them. And I want to applaud the city for taking direction to alleviate the housing crisis and the recent constructions near Town and Country for apartment buildings, the redevelopment of the Main Place Mall, and I also support the redevelopment of the golf park to a public land that can be used by all Santa Ana residents. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Candace Hughes Lopez.
The time? Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much today for having me speak. Hello, council, new mayor, staff. My name is Candace Hawes Lopez. I'm here to speak on two things. First thing is I'm the director and founder of Orange County NORML. That's a chapter of the National Organization for the Reform of Marijuana Laws. We're actually celebrating our 20-year anniversary this year. And one of the initiatives this year that we're putting forward is a immersive cannabis career exploration course. And what we're gonna do is we're offering this to Santa Ana and Costa Mesa residents. As you all know, we have 30 cannabis dispensaries, many manufacturing distribution centers, but I don't think we have enough Santa Ana residents actually working in these facilities. So the purpose of this course that we're putting on is to offer residents who have no experience in the cannabis industry to come and to be educated about the basics of cannabis. And then we're actually gonna take them on a tour through 4 different types of facilities, through a cultivation in the city, a manufacturing, a distribution, and then finally through a retail establishment. A lot of people don't necessarily know what the best fit is for them in the industry. A lot of them just think that working at a retail outlet is the best place, but maybe they'd be better suited in a distribution facility or in a manufacturing facility. So that's why we're offering this course. It's free to residents in Santa Ana and Costa Mesa. If anybody's interested, you can get a flyer from me. You can also find information at orangecountynormal.org. So I'd invite you guys to apply and to share it with anybody that you know that might be interested in getting involved in the cannabis industry in the city. The second thing is that I'm actually the Community and Outreach Director for Pharmacy Santa Ana, which is one of your guys' cannabis dispensaries in the city, one of the first ones to open. We are geared towards wellness, towards education, and we work a lot with seniors. I would say we're actually probably the premier cannabis dispensary for seniors. And because of that, we were chosen by CNN to be featured as part of their newest series of weed. It's a series that they've been working on with Dr. Sanjay Gupta. I know that many of you probably saw the first one about 12 years ago that Sanjay Gupta came out and changed his mind about cannabis after doing a lot of extensive research. Since then, they've done 6 other pieces. And so they're now ready to shoot their 7th episode. And so they're gonna be coming to Pharmacy Santa Ana on March 22nd for our senior cannabis fair. This is something that we actually put on every other month, where we invite seniors to come to our facility to get educated on cannabis. We give them a free lunch. We have senior-friendly brands there on site, and then we bring them inside for a tour. So we're really excited to have Dr. Sanjay Gupta coming with us, coming to see a Santa Ana dispensary and all that we provide to the community. And so this event is open to the public, so anybody that would like to join us, get educated on cannabis, you're welcome to join us. Pharmacy Santa Ana, March 22nd from 10 a.m. until 1 p.m. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of your hard work, and happy International Women's Month.
Thank you. Claudio Gallegos.
Good evening. Honorable Mayor Amezcua and council members, thank you for allowing us to share this message about a project that is dear to my heart because of the benefits it will bring our community, to our friends, and to our neighbors. I am, of course, referring to the conversion of Riverview Golf Course to open space and parkland, something we desperately need in Santa Ana. As you know, our beloved city severely lacks open spaces and parks that are essential to our physical and mental well-being. In fact, Santa Ana has vastly less park space per person than most other American cities, and we suffer the consequences on our environment and our health. It is our moral obligation to rectify this situation by creating more parks and open spaces. Imagine a sprawling urban park along the Santa Ana River with undulating hills and wetlands, where the people of Santa Ana and our neighbors can gather, walk, relax, picnic, and bike. It is where our students can enjoy outdoor classes and explore nature with their friends and families. It is where our community can enjoy fresh air, watch native wildlife, get physical exercise, and decompress from the stresses of everyday life. We all know the value of open space, and I know that each of you is committed to creating it for our community. The pandemic demonstrated the need for us to pursue every opportunity to expand open space for Santa Ana, especially for our youngest members of our community. This park can be your legacy, an enduring present to our children and grandchildren. We can make Riverview an oasis in our bustling town, which is currently enmeshed in concrete and pavement with scant greenery. A reality by converting the golf course to open space. In fact, we can make it a gem, an urban park that outshines all others and draws people from around Southern California and beyond. Riverview presents the ideal location for a park, and the infrastructure already exists, with ample parking, management, offices, restroom facilities, irrigation systems, and maintenance structures. All the essential facilities are in place. We must not squander this opportunity to develop a highly accessible park in the heart of Santa Ana that will provide countless benefits. I am heartened by your interest in advancing this project. Together, we can create the recreational and ecological oasis that Santa Ana deserves. Thank you, and this is read on behalf of Congressman Lou Correa.
Gabriel Montoya.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Gabe Montoya. I'm an EMT here in, well, actually not in Orange County, in LA County, and I serve at Kaiser Downey Medical Center. But I'm also an executive board member for 100,000 members at SEIU UHW. I represent healthcare workers across the state, many of which we often don't hear about. And so I was pleasantly surprised to see that you guys had acknowledged the women that run this city here in Santa Ana, and I had the pleasure of meeting some of them, like Yesenia and Angie. And I want to talk about, though, the women in healthcare, the unsung heroes in healthcare. We often hear about doctors and nurses, but we don't hear about the ones who don't get the media attention. The housekeepers that keep our hospitals running, the CNAs that keep our hospital floors in shape and take care of our patients, the medical assistants who work in our clinics and are the faces of healthcare across Santa Ana. And the reason why I bring those workers up is because those workers are part of women's history. They do the work that keep our community healthy and safe. But what we don't realize is that many of those workers who do the hardest labor in hospitals are the lowest paid workers in healthcare, often making poverty wages that really affect the way they live, the standard of living that they have outside of work, and it really affects the way they're able to serve their patients when they have to work multiple jobs short-staffed. There's a staffing crisis across California in healthcare. It is a crisis that many people, many elected leaders across the state are not aware of. When we talk to our workers and ask them, what is the number one issue you are facing as a healthcare worker and a union member in a hospital? And the number one answer is always staffing. They are working short-staffed. They are working short-staffed because throughout this pandemic, we have done everything in the face of the public to call these workers heroes, but have not done enough to make sure that these workers are paid like the label they're given, to make sure that these workers have the proper staff to make sure that they are taking care of their patients and providing the best care they can across their communities. And so I'm coming here today because we want to work with the City Council of Santa Ana to do the work to solve this staffing crisis, to bring dignity back to the work that takes place in our healthcare facilities, and to make sure that the people that are taking care of us are also taking care of themselves. And I want to close with this. As we celebrate Women's History Month, let's remind ourselves and remember the women, the predominantly women of color that do the jobs that get paid the lowest pay in hospitals, but yet take the largest amount of labor to accomplish. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. Roberto Guzman. Roberto Guzman.
Buenas tardes a todos. Señora Mezcua, buenas tardes. Hola, buenas tardes a todos los concejales. El grupo de vendedores, negociantes de comida de la ciudad de Santa Ana, queremos dar las gracias por todo el esfuerzo, todo el apoyo que hemos recibido de parte de todos ustedes para terminar con la situación de los vendedores ambulantes. Como residente de la ciudad de Santa Ana, agradezco toda la cooperación que nos estaba brindando Health Department, la policía y Code Enforcement. Muchas gracias. Señor Becerra, muchas gracias por haber traído este tema a la mesa y gracias por el apoyo de todos ustedes. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good evening to all. Good evening, Mayor Amezcua, and thank you. Thank you to council members as well. On behalf of the food sellers, food workers selling in Santa Ana, I want to thank you for all your support, all that you've done to help with the situation with the food vendors, the street vendors in Santa Ana. And as a resident of Santa Ana, I want to thank you for all your help, the help of the health department, the police department, and code enforcement. Thank you, and thank you for Mr. Becerra. Thank you as well for bringing this issue forward. Thank you to the City of Santa Ana.
Venancio Chavez.
Buenas noches, concejales. Señora alcaldesa, buenas noches. Siempre me gusta venir bien preparado, me gusta escribir lo que voy a decir para no equivocarme. Pero esta vez no lo voy a leer, porque me nace del corazón lo que les voy a decir. Oyendo al pastor diciendo que tenemos que tener una bandera que represente lo que realmente la gente necesita, yo pienso que lo que la gente necesita es seguridad. Después la otra señorita dijo que ama Santa Ana. Yo también amo Santa Ana y sé que ustedes también aman Santa Ana. El señor que acaba de pasar dice, les dio las gracias por todo el esfuerzo que hicieron para solucionar el problema de los vendedores ambulantes. Y yo les digo a ustedes que si trabajamos juntos, incluyéndome a mí, podemos solucionar problemas que tiene la ciudad actualmente. Y uno de ellos, sorry, si vuelvo a poner el dedo en la llaga, es la calle Main. La semana pasada hubo otro accidente muy grave. Ahora le tocó a un negocio que está en el 505 North Main. El carro tumbó 2 palmeras, tumbó un poste y se metió al negocio. Estos accidentes están provocados por esos maceteros que pusieron. Tenemos que hacer algo para quitarlos. Eso no embellece Santa Ana. Estaba oyendo al vocero de la ciudad cuando lo entrevistó la televisión en español y dijo que los habían hecho para embellecer Santa Ana. Honestamente, sin ofender a nadie, les puedo decir que es una manera muy mediocre de traer belleza a Santa Ana. La belleza puede ser como lo que quieren hacer en el parque de golf. Eso sí embellece Santa Ana. Esos maceteros están provocando que un día alguien inocente vaya a salir lastimado. Yo entiendo que muchas veces son por la velocidad que llevan los carros, o a veces salen borrachos del fin de semana de aquí del centro. Pero si no estuvieran esos maceteros, a lo mejor no pondríamos en peligro a la gente. Y yo sé que muchos de ustedes no estuvieron cuando se aprobaron esos proyectos, pero ahora están aquí y ustedes ahora pueden ser los héroes en solucionar ese problema. Si algo grave pasa, van a decir, el señor Venancio nos lo dijo y no le hicimos caso. Si yo puedo servir en algo como parte del problema, yo estoy para servirles.
Sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Sí, gracias, muy amable. Me salió mejor que lo escrito. Gracias.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, City Council members. And I prepared some remarks, but I think I'm not going to read them. I'm going to speak from the heart. And the pastor said earlier that we should have a flag that represents what the people truly need. And I think that what the people truly need is safety. A lady said a little while ago that she loves Santa Ana. Well, I too love Santa Ana, and as well as you love Santa Ana. And the gentleman before me said that he thanks you for the efforts to help with the street vendors. And if we work together, I think that we can solve many issues. And work together, I include myself. We can solve many issues in the city. And I'm here, I'm back again, and I'm back at it again with the issues on Main Street. Last week, there was a very bad accident at 501 North Main Street where a car hit two palm trees and hit a post and went into a business. And I think this is due to the planters that you have put there. We need to remove those planters. We were told that they were there to beautify Santa Ana. The spokesperson for the city, when interviewed by the television, said that they were placed to beautify the city. But I think, in my opinion, that's a mediocre way to beautify the city. I think a better way to beautify the city could be like we were talking about with the golf course. Those planters cause innocent people to get hurt. And I think the problem is speeding cars perhaps, or drunk people coming out at night. And some of the problems are caused by that. But I don't think the planters are the best solution. Some of the planters, some of you were not here when the planters were approved, but now you are here and you can help solve this problem before something happens. And when something happens, you're going to say, Venancio came here and told us. So I'm here to help if you need me, and this is better than my written remarks.
Thank you. We're going to go on to the caller that's on, Desi Reyes. Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were on call. Come on up, Desi. Apologize. I like your sweatshirt.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'm here to say a few thank yous tonight. Let me start. I moved into Saddleback View. My name is Desi with Saddleback View Neighborhood Association. So I moved into the neighborhood back in 1991, and I've been there since. I've seen the neighborhood improved with the help of the residents, the help of the city. When I moved there, since I've been there, there's only been one street light on a couple of blocks, on Linwood and on McClay. We have very beautiful mature trees, canopy trees, jacaranda trees. So even that one street light, it's covered by the beautiful canopy of the jacaranda trees. So it's very dark, and a lot of people don't feel safe walking. It's a safe neighborhood, but it's just difficult to walk at night with one street light. So it's taken me, the neighborhood, 32 years now, and we're finally getting streetlights. I don't know if it's because the ward system or we have funding now, but thank you, Councilmember Jesse Lopez, for working for us to get streetlights. I say that it's on the agenda tonight, and I highly recommend that you guys approve that. We've been waiting for it for the last, like I said, 32 years, and we're looking forward to nice streetlights, and we'll make it safer. That's one component of public safety, better lighting in our neighborhoods. The other items that I want to talk about is a couple of years ago, Caltrans allocated $1 billion to enhance our freeways. Again, with the help of Councilmember Jesse Lopez and our previous mayor, we got some funding from Caltrans, almost about $2 million. And that has improved our neighborhood. For example, the court referral, what was that? Okay, the court referral parking lot at Mayberry and First Street by Santa Ana Zoo. It's been a blighted parking lot for many years. We're getting new iron fencing, new asphalt, landscaping. It'll be a beautiful enhancement to that gateway to Santa Ana Zoo. Okay. In addition to that, our neighborhood, we have two cul-de-sacs at 6th Street and at the end of East Side. For many years we had, and they end up at the Caltrans right away. Chain link fences always getting broken into. We finally got iron fencing from Caltrans will be installed there. It'll enhance the neighborhood too. So I wanted to thank you all for your efforts and continue to do that for the city's residents of Santa Ana. Thank you.
Thank you. It sounds like somebody's phone is on. I don't know if it's up here on the dais, but something. Am I the only one who can hear this? Is that you, Hawk? No. If you have your phone going, can you turn it off, please? Thank you. All right. We have one caller on, please.
Yes, Mayor. Speakers on the queue may provide their comments on agenda or non-agenda items within the city's jurisdiction. When unmuted, please announce your name, ward, or neighborhood that you reside in within the city of Santa Ana for the record. To request to speak, dial *9 from your phone or select raise hand from Zoom now. And before moving on to the callers, I'll summarize the emails that were received as of today. There was one email related to item 16, the resolution to prioritize health and safety in support with suggested changes. One resident related to item 18, the Senior Citizen Commission report, recommending changes to the report. One resident related to item 21, Riverview Golf Course, in support of the item. And on non-agenda items, one resident related to workers' comp financial reserves, 18 residents on the condition of city parks and streets, and 2 residents supporting a bill for child safety programs. Okay, so the first caller, Tim Johnson.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. Tim Johnson, Ward 3 here. Wish I could be there in person, but with it being tax season, things get hectic for me, and I just couldn't swing it, especially because I just realized one of the agenda items is important to me. Over the past few years, I have heard a few on the current and prior dais sort of issue a call to the public about when housing projects are before the council. Many in the public are quick to deride or complain about how the city is doing or not doing. But we sometimes are very slow to offer encouragement and thanks. Well, before you tonight is a project that has been in front of multiple city commissions, along with this council and past ones too. Each time you have seen the vision and wanted to help. Each vote has been unanimous in support. Tonight, I am asking you for your continued support of agenda item number 13, which will provide permanent supportive housing for those that are in need and done in a caring, compassionate, encouraging manner. I am here tonight to say thank you. Thank you for your support of Wise Place. Thank you for your support of this project and for the other projects that come before you. And of course, thank you to the staff for keeping all the things on track. This is a well-deserved thanks to each and every single one of you. This project is quite close to where I live, and I'm glad to say that many of my neighbors have similarly supported this project and Wise Place. Thank you to the community also. Unless I forget those council members, mayors, and staff of the past that have also supported this project. It's been a long time coming. Thank you to each and every one of you that are involved with this project. With that, that is it for me. Thank you.
Fernando D.
Hello, Council. My name is Fernando Delgado, and I wanted to comment on item 16, the resolution. I'm just going to read the whole thing out loud for those who may not have heard it. Resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Ana affirming its dedication and its priority to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its residents, visitors, and business owners in the enforcement of state sidewalk vendor regulations, the Federal Americans with Disabilities Act of 1990, and other disability access standards and all local regulations pertaining to the use and maintenance of public sidewalks and other pedestrian pathways, and urging the state legislature of the state of California to amend the state law and allow local jurisdictions the right of self-determination to enact local sidewalk regulations. To me, when I read this, it sounds like not so coded language for we don't want street vendors in our city. And as a resident of the city of Santa Ana, this resolution, it just sounds gross in my mouth to say. For me, my family and I, we love street vendors. We support street vendors. Growing up in a Mexican immigrant family, street vendors were an integral part of our community. And this resolution just sounds like a slap in the face of street vendors trying to get by. So if there is valid reason for this resolution to be made on behalf of the city of Santa Ana, on behalf of the residents of Santa Ana, I feel it's incumbent on the council to make the case for why we would want to have this kind of language embedded in our council. So I encourage the council to review this resolution, reject it if there's no way that we can clarify why this is needed in the first place. Thank you.
Caller whose number ends in 010.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay. Yeah, you can begin my time now. Thank you. Hi, Victor Mendez, Ward 3. I want to start off with just a few responses to the last council meeting. There were some comments made about Measure X and somehow the absorption of Measure X funds by the police officers. I went through the Measure X data and found that, police officers are in fact part of this Measure X equation. As our park, in fact, there's about 33% unrestricted funds, of which a portion go to parks, police, fire, whatever. But to assert that somehow the police are somehow absorbing Measure X for their own benefit, it's absolutely preposterous and ludicrous. It's okay to debate these issues, but we need to really stick to the facts. In that respect, I would think we should look at the Cannabis Benefit Fund, which shifted significant revenue from the park to non-cannabis related code enforcement. Again, this is money that was set aside for the park that went to non-cannabis code enforcement. The only council member that I know that voted against it was Councilmember Hernandez. All the other current members of this council voted for it, including those who are currently under possible recall. With respect to workers' compensation, 2 weeks ago I conveyed some information, a very high-level observation about the state of the workers' compensation reserves, an amount totaling about $38 million. A recent news article came out that kind of validates these observations. Now, it relates to a fraud situation, but there's a lot of information in that news article that really indicates a deep assessment of how workers' comp is being handled, but more importantly, how they're being closed. There's simply not more to say otherwise, other than the fact the city manager still owes council a long outstanding plan to address this critical problem. Item number 18, the Senior Citizen Commission. The report takes an archaic approach for the participation of older Americans, absolutely archaic and out of date. Today's older Americans have great challenges. We have job challenges, we have housing problems, we have public safety problems, and many other areas. Even today, the Wall Street Journal reported that older Americans, like 55 and older, are now taking care of their counterparts or their peers because there's simply not enough people to take care of them. Older Americans also face job discrimination. Many residents come to me saying they can't get jobs because they're simply old enough and people will not hire them simply because of their age. And that's just a flat out shame and should be unacceptable to anybody on that diocese. Older Americans are at greater risk of becoming homeless. Older Americans have less food security. Older Americans in Orange County are facing a food cliff brought on by the end of the pandemic supplement. In that respect, the city council has failed to hold the city manager to actually create some type of mechanism to help out senior citizens through revised funding.
Sir, your time is up.
What I've stated are complex issues, and it's doubtful they can be addressed with the 2 seats currently proposed by the Parks and Rec Commission.
Sir, your time is
I
up.
recommend the council simply. 1 second, please. I simply
Your
ask
time
that
is
the council
up now.
review this report. I
You
simply
cut it
ask
off.
the council.
Cut it. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes the comments on Zoom.
Perfect, thank you. All right, at this time, we're going to go to the consent calendar. Items 3 through 16 are before us. Council members, please announce any items that you'll be abstaining from due to conflict, and if there's any request to pull an item from the consent calendar for further discussion. Councilman Hernandez? Any items?
Not at the moment.
Councilman Becerra?
No.
Councilman Penalosa?
Just item 10, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Vasquez?
Item 16, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No items to pull, thank you.
At this time, can you state your name and make a motion, one of the council, please, so we can approve the
Mayor?
rest of the items?
Councilmember Fan.
I'm sorry?
Councilmember Fan.
Oh, I apologize, yes.
Sorry, I can't be there because I have COVID. But I would like to recuse myself from item 13. As Jamboree Housing Corporation is a client of my employer, Ratana Tucker. And so if that is pulled, I will leave the room. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and move the balance of the consent calendar.
I'll second.
Thank you. At this time, let's prepare to vote.
Councilmember Becerra. For the consent calendar, it will have to be a roll call vote with the teleconference.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry, with the use of teleconference, we do have to do a roll call vote for every vote this evening. So for the consent calendar, with the exceptions of items 10 and 16, which have been pulled for separate discussion, Councilmember Becerra?
And,
Yes.
and 13, Councilmember Fan is recusing herself from 13.
It will be a noted recusal for her on
Okay.
that item, but no other council member pulled it, so there's no separate
Oh,
discussion.
got it.
Still a yes.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
Okay, motion carries with 7 ayes, no nays, and a noted recusal by Councilmember Fan on item number 13.
Okay, before we go to the items that have been pulled, let's do the, Madam Clerk, the appointed members, take the oath of office, please.
Yes.
We have a David Crockett to the Personnel Board, Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, and Carlos Perea for the Oversight Commission.
Mr. Crockett, Mr. Perea, could you please come inside?
Mayor, I believe we need to take a vote. Oh, I apologize. Apologize. It's on the consent. Sorry.
I, David Crockett.
I, Carlos Perea,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
Faith and allegiance.
bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the
and
Constitution of the State of California,
the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge
All and faithfully discharge
that I will faithfully discharge
the duties upon which I'm about
the duties on about.
the duties which I'm about to enter. Okay.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Dave. Thank you for serving. What are we doing? Oh, you're gonna take a picture. Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, would you like to take a photo? All right, let's move on now. We're going to go to item 10, the first item that was being pulled.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I pull item 10, which I'm very supportive of. It's to award a construction contract to Excel Paving in the amount of $1.7 million for the West Willits Protected Bike Lanes from Fairview Street to Wright Street project. Madam City Manager, the reason why I pulled this item is I know that this was part of the capital improvement programs that or projects that we approved back in 2019 as part of many capital improvement projects. So I just was trying to ask, wanting to ask, what if this is a standard normal timeline for projects like this to come before us now for additional approval, how many years after they're approved as a capital improvement project with a certain fiscal budget do they come before us again for approval?
Council member, it would vary based on the project because a lot of the time we have a project in mind, but we haven't assembled all of the funding. And then once you do have a project in mind, you do have to do the design, you have to do the engineering specs, you have to do the bidding process for it. You have to have an available contractor with time to start to get it done. So it varies by type of projects, but it's not out of the norm for a couple years to get some of the larger projects completed.
Perfect, thank you for that. And I pulled this just because it was a perfect example to use to show the public. I often get questioned multiple times. It's, hey, these, whether it's street lights to a sidewalk repaving to a restroom, residents see these projects approved, and then they don't see any action or construction for 3, 4, 5 years down the line. And so I wanted to kind of show that these projects, often, mainly public works, often take a long time to execute because of the various sources of funding. So just wanted to highlight that, and also just wanted to, and I feel I gotta ask this with every protected bike lane that we construct, and Madam City Manager, you know what I'm gonna ask. I know we recently got the mini street sweeper, which I'm supposed to come out soon to see it in action, because of all the debris buildup that was happening in these protected bike lanes. But the landscaping, what I hate to see, throughout the city is the all concrete or just plastic delineators used as protected bike lanes, which we've seen on Edinger, hideous, ugly, and they don't do anything to our city in beautifying it. They protect bikers, but they don't beautify because of the aesthetics around it. So can we go over just ensure that there's going to be 100% landscaping on these protected bike lanes?
I will defer to our Public Works Director. I'm not sure if he has detailed information on the landscaping plans, but
Good evening,
I thought you
Mayor.
were going to ask if they were protected, and we did put that in the staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Member of the City Council, Nabil Saba. In this case, we do have landscaping in protection of the bike lane.
The entire park?
Portion of it, as it narrows down, we won't be able to. But if you want more details, I can provide you where the landscaping will be. Because you have to have a certain amount of width for the landscaping.
Right.
But I can provide you with that information. I don't have it here handy.
Perfect. Thank you, Executive Director Saba. And the reason why I also bring that up is because I want to remind Public Works staff that at least a preference of mine is that these protected bike lanes are landscaped as much as we possibly can make them landscaped, because just they look nicer. And again, I think back to the protected bike lanes on Edinger, it does the job, but they're plastic delineators. Not sure if that's temporary, but they don't do anything to make our city look nicer. So wherever we can to make sure that there's grass, flowers, whatever we can to just make it look landscape-wise appealing, I'd appreciate it. And let's always keep that in mind. With that, I will make a motion to move this item, Mayor, item 10.
Second.
All prepared to vote?
And if I could just make a comment.
Oh,
Mayor
I'm sorry, go
Nasco.
ahead. Apologies.
I just wanted to thank Councilmember Peñalosa for commenting on this item, and he's right, this is a topic many residents ask about, is seeing our streets paved, our streets well lit, and our residents protected. I want to just first and foremost thank our Public Works Department for putting everything that they have into the streets. I mean, you are seeing your money at work when it comes to the leadership of Public Works. So Director Nabil Saba, on behalf of the residents of Ward 5, thank you for bringing the protected bike lanes and for fixing our streets. Thank you, sir. I look forward to supporting this item.
Any other comments? Let's prepare to vote. We're going to do a roll call.
A motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Vasquez, to approve item number 10, a construction contract with Excel Paving.
I'm sorry, it was a second by Councilman Becerra.
Becerra, okay. My apologies. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
Yes.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan,
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez,
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua.
Yes.
Motion passes with 6 ayes and a temporary absence by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez.
Thank you. Item 16, please. Councilman Becerra? Who pulled that? Was that you? I
Yeah.
apologize. Councilman Vasquez, go ahead.
Thank you. I pulled it because of SB 972 and how we're taking it. You have lines, the whereas 16, 17, and 18, where it's blaming 972 for having all these street vendors here. The street vendors started coming before January 1st, 2023. We had this issue going back a few months before that, and I don't blame 972. Now, 972 doesn't protect street vendors that have more than one employee. 972 has a limited to one employee. 972 has limited space, and they must have an approved commissionary. So I just don't want to throw everything at 972. I want to make sure that, look, the county is backwards on, the county hasn't done their due diligence and done the work to set up permits that we're ready to go, and they're very small and they're very limited. We talked to some folks this week, and they were like, yeah, 972 doesn't permit all these vendors that we see there. So it's very limited of what we can protect. I mean, once we get to regulate folks and limit on what they're able to do, and we say this is the one that has the green tag and they have a go, that would be fine, because 972 is very limited. So I'm going to call for getting rid of those 6, 17, 18 whereas, because it's blaming 972. But I also have an amendment to urge the city to work alongside the county to facilitate timely implementation of SB 972 and ensure all local street food vendors are made aware and can access county permitting process once the compact mobile food operation permitting process is developed. Number 2, so it's 972 is limited, right? I'm not saying everybody gets to pass on it and it's a free-for-all on the street. You have to have a green, like a sticker from the county or the state. I also want to add, establish a municipal sidewalk vending permitting program, as well as outreach, educate, and provide assistance for such permitting to ensure that street food vendors who work across the city, especially the many who are local residents, operate with the proper health permits and are incorporated into the local formal economy while awaiting the establishment of the country compact mobile food operation program. So now 972 is limited. It's not what we all have been seeing on the streets. We want to make sure we protect the family mom and pops, make sure we incorporate them in and not just throw it all away. There's other folks around.
Hold on, I'm calling you right now.
Those are my 2 motions to push on those 2.
So I didn't understand the motion because you kept going back on 972, so
Okay.
hold on 1 second. Let me let the other speak, and then I'll come back to you. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. I will not be supporting any of those things. And in fact, I would ask you, Councilman Vasquez, if you read the resolution before us tonight, you keep talking about 972, 972. What I'm looking at, it says SB 946 and 972. And in fact, the last time we talked about this issue, you kept talking about 972. 972 is about cottage food industry. So you got 946 and 972 that have brought this upon us. You want us, the city, to educate folks about state law. So maybe the state should be educating folks, but also too, you want the state to somehow go across the street and tell them how to provide health permits. That would be something that they would do with the county health department. On top of that, we have a very vibrant culture in the city of mobile food vendors, whether it's food trucks, whether it's the push carts, and they seem to know how to go get the health permits, right? These are the ones that have got those. So I'm not quite sure why we would want to make all those revisions that you're speaking of, because at the end of the day, what this resolution was based on, and I know I'm going to sound repetitive to those that actually paid attention to the last meeting, but this is about food being served that is unfit for human consumption. And in fact, one of the commenters online tonight made comments about the resolution being gross. You know what's gross? Human trafficking. That's gross. And anybody up there that can somehow turn a blind eye to that, that is gross. So I will not be supporting those, because you know what? I'm not going to condone and promote things that take advantage of our community, take advantage of those. I mean, there are folks that when our code enforcement and police go up to the stationary sidewalk vendor that's not supposed to be there, folks are running away. There's fear out there because of the fact that they're being trafficked. So I'm sorry, Councilman Vasquez, I will not be supporting any of those changes. I want to actually compliment staff because we asked you to bring forward a resolution that did exactly what we asked. So I want to thank staff for bringing this forward tonight. So I'll be supporting the resolution as written and presented to us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, I will be supporting your motion, Councilmember Vasquez. I'm a Latino, I'm a Chicano. My mom's side of the family migrated from Guadalajara, Jalisco, here to Santa Ana in the 50s. My dad's side of the family, we've only known Santa Ana. I am native to Santa Ana. I grew up right near El Salvador Park. I'm from Artesia Pilar. I was fed by street vendors my whole life. When I hear that campana, I'm outside, and so is my little girl. And I understand that the concerns about out-of-town street vendors creating a conglomerate and then being exploited and then being monopolized and bringing that to our backyard. I don't condone that. I don't condone the exploitation of workers. I don't condone human trafficking. And if anybody feels that they are in danger, it is the utmost priority to protect you. Now, with that being said, I also don't want to instill fear into a community that has already been ravaged by violence and by gang violence and by police violence. It's bad enough that street vendors are getting attacked and being shot at and being ran over on a daily basis in cities like ours all throughout California. But when that was happening, where were those conversations? We brought them to the table. When street vendors were getting brutalized last year, I was the council member who brought that conversation forward and said, we need to start looking at attacks at street vendors as a hate crime. There were some challenges here, but nonetheless, our city attorney's office worked with our district attorney, Todd Spitzer, in ensuring that if there are attacks on street vendors, there is a relationship. And that relationship allowed us to assign detectives who focus on hate crimes to focus on any attacks moving forward to street vendors. We can have a proper response to address it. Now, when it comes to this resolution, in theory, this resolution is accomplishing a lot of what the residents are asking for. We don't want the large corporations coming here and bringing the red tent and corporatizing and monopolizing and pushing us out. We don't want that in Santa Ana. But what I don't want is for this resolution to then be weaponized and to turn against food trucks. Because several years ago, the conversation was very different about food trucks. The conversation about the stands popping up is not a conversation that the city of Santa Ana brought forth. That was a conversation that was brought forth by a senator from Long Beach. I took the time to meet with that senator. I met with her office. I learned about this bill. And what is imperative is that we need to realize the reason why we had such a large number of street vendors popping up all over Santa Ana from LA is because the law was only in effect at that time for 2 months. And the city of Santa Ana did not properly prepare itself for what was to come. So what we are seeing now is that our strategy of not intervening and not preventing this mistake from happening has caught up to us. So it means we need to take a step back and have an education-first approach to an already vulnerable community. And the ways that we do that is by supporting your motion, Councilmember Vasquez, the education component of teaching an already vulnerable community that has been pushed out. Latinos have not been accepted by Santana. We have gotten the symbols of freedom to sit up here, but let's be real. This resolution isn't even in Spanish. How many of these street vendors understand what is really being talked about today? So the reason why I'm supporting your motion, Councilmember Vasquez, is because there needs to be education. Because this bill promotes unity and collaboration between government, street vendors, and private businesses so that they can partner and utilize community kitchens, so that they can cook food in sanitary environments. It encourages them to get their health permits so that their highest standards are being presented to people buying food. And then number 3, what I'm encouraging is if you are going to vend here, become a Santa Ana, get a Santa Ana business license, pay taxes here. Check off all the boxes for us. We want to protect you. We want to work with you. We want to help you. My only addition to your motion, Councilmember Vasquez, is given the historical context of Santa Ana fighting to protect street vendors, I would like to see an amendment to Section 3 of the resolution. I would like to add Section 3, the City of Santa Ana affirms its dedication and its priority to protect the health, safety, and welfare of its residents, local street vendors, visitors, and business owners. I'm including local street vendors because it presently only includes residents, visitors, and business owners. I think it's important that we are inclusive of who we're talking about because they get brutalized. Section 4, my last ask is to include language that includes the word local street vendors. Section 4 states the City of Santa Ana urges the state legislature of the state of California to introduce and adopt legislation to amend SB 946 and SB 972 to specifically allow local jurisdictions the right of self-determination to enact local regulations that A, protect and preserve the health, safety, and welfare of Santa Ana residents. I'm asking to include local street vendors. It already states visitors and business owners. Those are the amendments I have. Councilmember Vasquez, are you willing to accept them?
I accept it.
Thank you. There's a motion and a second on the floor.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, I'm not done with calling on you, so since I run this meeting, I'll make sure. I just want to be clear on that. Councilman Penalosa.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a substitute motion to approve item 16 as is.
I'll second that.
Okay, and then there's another motion, and then there's a second here, so we made an amendment. Second, Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. So from what I understand, there are 2 amendments being asked. One is to add educational language to the reso. Do I understand that correctly? Yes. Educational language to a reso. And the educational language specifically states to work with the county? Yes? Okay. And then the second one is adding protecting the local street vendor language under Section 3 and under Section 4. Okay.
Is that all?
Yeah, I'm just trying to process the different ask. Thank you.
Councilmember Ty Pham?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank all of my colleagues for the robust discussion on this topic. I know that street vending is something that's very important to our community and our city. I am supportive of the resolution overall because I feel like we're talking about 2 different things. It seems like, and my apologies if I'm not understanding properly, but the real big issue that we seem to have in our city are these illegal corporate stationary food vendors who are run by and owned by large corporations from outside of the city of Santa Ana, who know full well that they are violating the law, who do not care that they are violating the law, who are trafficking people who are most likely undocumented immigrants, who flout the regulations and safety protocols and do not care what happens to our water systems, our trash, or the safety of our residents. I think those are the people that we are trying to prevent from working here in the city of Santa Ana. I don't believe that any of us are interested in preventing our typical mom and pop sidewalk vendors who have been operating here for generations, who are really a part of the community, are roaming street vendors. who have been doing the right thing, who are following the requirements, who are getting the food permits. So I guess my only request then, maybe as a point of clarification, is if it's possible just to amend the resolution language to clarify that it would apply, that we're requesting these changes specific to stationary sidewalk vendors. I just want to put it out there, if that's at all possible, to the makers of the motion.
Thank you. Let's check. Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Fan, yeah, this resolution, this action from the get-go has always been about the stationary sidewalk vending. It's not about the mobile vendors. It's not about the food trucks who are on private properties or even on our streets. This has been about exactly, Councilmember Fan, what you described. So thank you for putting it so clearly out there. And to my colleagues, this is not about the food trucks that are here. This is, again, as what Councilmember Fan described. I'm not going to repeat her words. So to your point, Councilmember Fan, yes, this resolution is about that, and it does state that in there.
Thank you. That's what I recall too. And I would support that. And I guess as maybe just direction to staff, that as we do come across any roaming sidewalk vendors, that we assist them if they don't have a permit to help them out and direct them to the county, because right now they only need a county permit and they don't have to jump through additional hoops with the city, which would be an additional regulation. If we do create our own program, they would both have to comply with the city and county requirements. So that would be it, and I would be supportive of the motion. Thank you.
Okay, so before we vote, you're going to amend a motion or you have comment?
I just wanted to comment.
Okay.
Thank you for that, Councilman Pham. The last few things that you said, where you educate somebody, where you lead them to a permit, that's what my amendments were talking to about. And it's 972 is a new law that was 2 months old, and hopefully we have more cottage industries. And I don't want to protect the big conglomerates. I'm on it with you guys. We don't need. I'm good with that. This is about the small mom and pop that might come up that fit into being regulated, that are permitted. I'm good with that. So I'm on with you guys. The conglomerates don't need to be in our city. The folks who have taken over, but we do have to protect our own. So I want to just make sure, I want to be like, not being reactive, but of a caring city that understands its local people are going to sell, and give them the space and how to go about that. So I just want to add that to this. Just I didn't want to throw 972 under the bus without really developing it, because it's been 2 months, or we're on the 3rd month now that's been around. So it's not about protecting the big conglomerate. It's about the little guy for the most part. So that's what. Thank you for that.
Okay, so
Councilman Pham.
I'm the last one to speak here, so I'm going to support this as well, Councilman Becerra. So there are a couple comments made that I want to address, and thank you for clarifying, Councilman Vasquez. We have food trucks, and I've said it before, who are losing business, losing their homes, losing their trucks because the taco pop-ups, and they were just out of control in the city. And thank you to Alvarado Code Enforcement, law enforcement, and the county that have done a great job and have looked at the taco pop-ups, and those that are not in compliance or with the permit, they're not in our city anymore. It's amazing how quickly they left. And so I've had a lot of, thank yous. I think most of us up here have had the thank yous. And it really wasn't anything that we did other than shed light that this is an issue for people who live in our city and do business. Food trucks that pay their permits, pay their business license, pay for insurance, pay to store their food trucks, they're doing what they're supposed to do. So the taco pop-ups should be doing the same thing. One of the council members mentioned a tax on street vendors. Madam City Manager, if the police department can please give me or give us the stats, I'd like to know how many street vendors, pop-up street vendors have been attacked in the city of Santa Ana. I want the number from the police department, because I haven't heard of, I know in LA they've had an issue, but not in Orange County. Not in Santa Ana, at least, that I have heard of. And I have maybe I've missed a few, I don't know, but I'd like to know the exact number, so we're just not throwing out that there's, issues with attacks on street vendors, but I want to know the exact number of attacks or assaults on them. The other thing is that there are several restaurants that are going out of business in this city. They're going out of business because these large taco companies that come from LA and other areas, Riverside, all over, they're not local people. Again, I'm not talking about the señora that's been selling tamales right there by the market off of 17th Street for, I don't know, she's been there for a long time. I'm not talking about her. She's got her little permit on the side. We're not talking about the ice cream guy who's in the park with his permits on the side. We're talking about the people who have popped up on our street. And I only saw one this weekend, and I didn't call Alvaro because it was late. But nobody could walk on that sidewalk. And so it is a problem because the liability rests with us as the city. And so all of us that sit up here and represent our constituents and the people in the city, if I have to step into the street to go around a taco pop-up and I get hit by a car, guess who I'm going to sue? I'm going to sue the city. And I'm going to get a big check with a lot of zeros after it. And then I'm going to come up here and I'm going to thank all the council members because they allowed it. Because it was about, let's help the people. We are helping the people. And the county has a great program on how to get a permit. They're very clear. You go on their website. Alvaro and his team have a form that's on our Santa Ana website of how do you get a permit from the county. It's in Spanish and English. And I think you were going to do a video, Alvaro, if I'm not correct. You're working on a video. So pretty much we've done everything that we possibly can. Video, English, Spanish. It is a county responsibility. Our staff do not have the responsibility to hold their hand and take, again, we're the community of Santa Ana, I've been here a long time, and we're so good at saying, sometimes as electeds, as politicians, we're so good at saying, pobrecitos, they don't understand. Pobrecitos, they don't speak the language. Pobrecito, we need to help them. No, what you do is you uplift them. We're in the world of education, right? You want to educate them. Let's help them. Here's how you get a permit. I'm going to guide you. I'm going to give you a form. I'm going to show you. I may even walk you over to the building how to do it. But then it's up to them to fill out the forms and pay the money like the food trucks do and the restaurants to get those permits. It's up to them to not dump the oil in the middle of the street because it affects our water. It's up to them to have a restroom or somewhere to wash their hands. It's up to them to be aware of health issues. I welcome businesses in our city. We need to generate revenue because in a few years, we're going to be having a whole different discussion about our budget because we're not generating revenue like we should. So I'm all about supporting it, but it is not about, I'm not going to do the whole, and I'm just not that way, and if you know me, I'm not. I don't do pobrecitos. They need to know how to do this. They know how to do it. They just don't want to do it because they've gotten away with it for so long. So if the food trucks have to pay $2,000 a month to store their trucks, get insurance, pay for all this, pay for that, go to a commissary and buy their meat from a commissary, when the taco pop-ups, we don't even know where they're buying their meat from. We don't know if it's fresh. We don't know if it's good. And you can't even walk on the sidewalk. That is my issue. Again, it's about the quality of life. And yes, when I was a kid, that little man was going by, my grandma would say, go get me corn out there. You pay $1 or 50 cents. Yes. The donut man that used to come on Pine Street, you'd hear him. You knew he had donuts. I was a kid, and some of us that grew up here, we know the donut man from Pine Street and Walnut Street. But that's not what this is about. This is about companies coming into our city, and since code enforcement and police and the county have been working together, they've all of a sudden, they're starting to disappear. Why? Because they knew they were in violation. Why? Because they knew we were going to do something about it. And so I wholeheartedly support this, not because I don't want businesses and not because I'm not here for my gente. I'm here, I serve everybody. White, brown, black, Asian, it doesn't matter to me. I serve everybody. But they will go to the county and get a permit. It is not that difficult. And they will get insurance. And every time I drive by them, if it's at a reasonable hour, I'm going to call code enforcement and say, go shut them down. Go shut them down. And I'm going to call police and say, go shut them down. And I hope that people that are listening at home do the same thing on the new Santa Ana app. Call, go shut them down. Because they should not be out there without a permit, and they should not be out there unless they've done exactly what the county has asked them to do. And I'm aware of the bills, and that's great that we have them, but we also need to take care of our city. So with that, let's take a vote. So I believe you had your first initial.
So, Councilmember Penaloza had a sub-motion that I seconded.
And you seconded it?
Yeah, no, I made the sub-motion
And
to
you
approve the
seconded.
resolution
All
as
right,
is.
let's vote on that one first, please.
Yes, the substitute motion by Councilmember Penaloza, seconded by Councilmember Becerra to approve the resolution as presented by staff. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
Yes.
Mayor Amezcua?
Yes.
Resolution approved with a vote of 5 ayes, 2 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Hernandez and Vasquez. Motion carries.
Great, thank you. I'm going to move things a little bit around instead of going to the business calendar. It sounds like Councilmember Ty, I know she's at home, not feeling well. I'm going to bring up a council member requested items 20 so that she can get some rest here. So I'm going to jump around for a second.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no, don't apologize.
I avoided COVID for 3 years and it finally got me.
Yeah, no, go ahead. I can read this if you like for you.
No, it's okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, thank you so much, Mayor, and thank you to everybody, especially our Carpenters friends, Rich, Boris, for being in person. I'm sorry I couldn't be there. So I brought this item. It's to discuss and consider directing the city manager and city attorney to direct staff to prepare an ordinance amending Section 8-6 of the Santa Ana Municipal Code to increase transparency and accountability regarding contractor and subcontractor disclosures. As many of you may know, we do already have a subcontractor disclosure provision in Section 8-6 of the Municipal Code. And it was originally, as far as I am aware, was brought forward to allow for the city to collect business license taxes. It is a way for us to get information on who was working in the city and collect those taxes. And I think that's a really useful tool and really good for us, right? We're talking about revenue, and that is one of them. However, over time, it seems that, for a variety of reasons, unknown to me, but I imagine part of it had to do with just staffing and follow-up, that we were not collecting this data as consistently as we should have been. And with that means that we weren't always aware of who was operating as a subcontractor in the city. And so with this item, I'm bringing it forward to bring not only for us to make sure that we do follow up and get information on who the subcontractors are, which I believe staff was already working on, so I applaud staff for that, but also to provide additional information regarding whether these subcontractors have any violations under state law, or if there were any fines found against them by the state. This is information that I think would be very good for all of us to know, not just as residents who may be living in one of these buildings one day, but also as the industry would like to know who is actually building the buildings that they are paying for. And there are provisions in the draft ordinance that ensures that it really is looking at bigger developers. For example, for residential, it would be 20 dwelling units or more. So we're not talking about someone who's remodeling their house or, a small duplex owner. And regarding commercial or industrial, we're talking about, 20,000 square feet or more. This is really just a disclosure requirement. It's just really one additional column to what we're already asking the the contractors to disclose, and it would give the city really teeth to ensure that these disclosures occur. Ultimately, it's about transparency and accountability, and that's something that I know our city has consistently pushed forward, and I hope that my colleagues support this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fan. Any comments on this?
Mayor Amesqua?
Yes, Councilman.
Just wanted to thank Councilmember Fan for agendizing this item tonight. Fully supportive of seeing what staff comes back with and supportive of the item. It's pretty simple, something we're already doing, but just now giving us that teeth to this ordinance. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez?
I'm also supportive of Councilmember Fan's motion, and I appreciate it because the more data we collect and we know who's working in the city, the better we can make decisions in the future.
Thank you. Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too will be supporting Councilmember Fan's item. I think it brings accountability. And I also want to make sure that as staff is looking at language to present to the council, that we work in there the fact that we don't always know if these subs are obtaining city business licenses. So I want to make sure that that's happening. So again, this is an accountability tool, but I also want to make sure that as part of that accountability, in addition to the other items that Councilmember Fan listed, that we also make sure that we're requiring the business license from them. Thank you.
Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. Just wanted to thank Councilmember Fan, fully supportive of this item, and looking forward to staff getting us more information.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also very supportive of this item. As Councilmember Fan stated, our staff was already working on making sure that whatever is in our code is being enforced. So this, as a second step, makes a lot of sense to me. And it's, you know, what we heard from public comment about establishing good legal precedent, but it's beyond that, right? It's about making sure that our residents are protected, that the city is protected, that the workers are protected. And so I think this is going to be a really small change that has really big positive impact. And I think the city of San Diego has something already like this. So for staff, if you need something to reference, you can look at their page.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this. Madam City Manager, I know that when we give you some sort of guidance from a council meeting, we're already a week behind. We ask you to come back with something. So it states here that she would like staff to prepare an ordinance amending. So I would say the second meeting in April, if that works.
I believe we could probably make that happen. Thank you.
Perfect. Let's go for the second meeting in April. We look forward to the report then. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fan.
Thanks, boss.
Okay, we're going to end the consent calendar. We're going to go into the business calendar now at this time. Item 17.
So, Honorable Mayor and council members, we do have a brief presentation for the item that's before you. And as you recall, this was a recent addition which was put in place to honor events and individuals. And the item before you is just to make some minor amendments that had been previously requested. So I will turn it over to Public Works Director Nabil Saba.
Great, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Item 17 before you is an ordinance amending Article 9 of Chapter 33 of the City of Santa Ana Municipal Code, ceremonial street naming. Background, on August 2nd, 2022, City Council adopted an ordinance number NS 3024 to recognize outstanding individuals or events that have made significant impact on the community through the commemorative or honorary naming of streets or intersections. On June 17, 2023, the City Council directed staff to amend the ordinance. The amendment includes to limit the number of city blocks to a maximum of 2 contiguous blocks on a city street that can be designated to recognize individuals or events, limit the number of city-wide streets to one street that can be designated to recognize individuals or events, and limit the number of sign toppers to 2 signs or sign toppers that shall be installed on either end of the section of the street designated for the commemorative or honorary street naming. This schematic is a depiction of what we expect if the amendment is approved: 2 signs at 2 ends of the street. The recommended action here is to approve the first reading of an ordinance amending Article 9 of Chapter 33 of this municipal code relating to ceremonial street naming. And I'm open for any questions.
No questions on my.
Thank you, I apologize. Are there any questions?
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead.
I just would like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
I'll make a motion. Are you making a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second.
I'd like to make a sub-motion to not move forward with this item and to keep status quo.
Are there any other comments or questions? Mayor Pro Tem? Councilman Vasquez?
I think if we go as a status quo, we could take it ward by ward, and council member could feel how they feel about how their neighborhood should be portrayed. And I just, after listening to, I was in agreement with it at first, and then I did some history, and what we got on Willits was a parade route. We got something that was of that community that was pushed and showed where it was going. And that's special to that place. So, and I think in the future, council can decide how much toppers they want, how much they don't want, and not put it upon this group to decide for that specific ward or community or street. I think we can have that discussion every time. So I'm gonna second your motion.
Any other comments? So before I guess you need a vote or some direction. I don't think there's some direction. So I'm not going to support it. And the only reason I'm not going to support the amended one is because if we did it by, each council person, it's going to be different every single time. And the parade route is great. We're going to hopefully bring the parade back. So that's great. I support that. But if we do it by ward, Councilman Penalosa may want, 5 toppers of somebody, and then, Councilman Becerra may want 1 of somebody, and then, Councilman Hernandez is going to want 5, and then you got 3, and you got 2, and you got 1. So I think we're all over the page, so all over the place here. And we need to look at the city as a whole. We can't have toppers all over the whole city. To me, it doesn't. We got to have some consistency, and what do the toppers really mean? I guess because I'm new here, what do they really mean? And I see your hand and you'll speak. But what is it about? I understand the one that we did for the Ship family. Very clearly, I understand that. But what does it mean? And so maybe, Madam City Manager, we need to come back with some clarification. I may have missed that conversation before I joined the council. What is the true purpose? Because it's not just recognizing anybody and everybody, but what is the historical purpose, and what are we doing it, and again, why? So I think if you'd ask people throughout the community and take a survey in different areas, some like the toppers, some don't. Some may want Johnny, some may want Sue, and why? What is the reason? So I would like some more information on, because I'm new here. I probably can't say that after about another 30 days, but how did the city council get to this place and why? And so if you could come back with that, and I'll have Councilmember Hernandez speak briefly, because we got to go back into closed session after this meeting. But I'd like more information on it, please. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, well, that's a perfect opportunity because I was one of the authors who introduced it. This was actually an idea that the community brought to me And it was actually the Ship family. Ship family talked about the history of that intersection and the way that the Black community always looked at that intersection as Black History Square. We then brought a conversation to the council about designating that street as Helen M. Ship Way and Black History Square. City of Santa Ana has a number of significant historical African Americans who have come from our community. Bless you. And when we discussed this policy, the authors are amongst us. We're here at the dais. I had a very big role in it, but the ETAC worked out all of the details. And I want to thank Commissioner Nathaniel Greenside for his leadership. And when this item was brought forth, I want to give some clarity. This item is about empowering community. And that is a universal term that applies to you no matter who you are. The community members are able to come to the council, should they choose, and designate whoever is inspired or has impacted their community. As long as that individual's been deceased for 2 years or longer, the community is able to decide who do they want to celebrate. It can be a cause, it can be a issue, or it can be an individual or an organization. Now, if the council comes to us, if a community member or neighborhood association comes to a respected elected official and states and provides a compelling enough reason for that elected official to move forward and designate that ceremonial street topper, what it does is it empowers that community that has long been disenfranchised and marginalized. So what this does is this gives community members who have felt like they have been on the outside, it gives them a voice and it gives them a face. And for what we did at the intersection of Willits and Raitt in making that Black History Square as a predominantly Latino city was we empowered the Black community, which is a very small percentage throughout Orange County, 2%. But we have to look at the historical context that Santa Ana was the blackest city in Orange County, which is why the Black History Parade started in our very own streets 43 years ago. This is a way for us to love and embrace Santa Ana history, which we have. And we started with a Black woman. And so status quo means that the community members are in control, not the council. The community members are in control. Should the council member work with the community, then we have the ability to waive fees in the event that there is a cause we are passionate enough about. So in the event of Miss Helen Ship Way and Black History Square, if they had came to us and there was no council support, it would go through a process through Public Works. The council has the ability to form partnerships and coalitions through this policy. This policy is giving us the ability to have government and community work in collaboration, and I think that is to be celebrated. So status quo means keeping things as is, which means if the community asks for 5 toppers and that's their request, we meet them where they're at. We don't silence them and say, yeah, great history, but you only get 1 here and you get 1 there. That's not true community empowerment. Community empowerment is saying, what do you need? And if they say we want 1 here, 1 there, and 1 there, then that's what our job is to do. Our job is to help tell these stories, not silence them. And so
thank you for that
concludes my
explanation. Let me go to the next council member. Councilmember Penelosa.
Thank you, Mayor Amezcua. And I just want to make sure that, we don't try to spin narrative. We're all supportive of this item. It's a great item. So thank you, Councilmember Hernandez, for leading this. We all support the ceremonial street toppers, but part of what this item does is uniformity and consistency in, making sure that at the end of the day, everybody wants to live in a nice city. And if we have on my street, we have 10, and then on the next street, we have 15 of another one, and then we have, it just becomes a mess throughout the city of what residents want to see. I'm very supportive of seeing certain intersections and blocks, 1 or 2 blocks, recognize that, and I think that does enough. But we need, at the end of the day, this isn't the first ceremonial topper that's going to be requested, and it's not the last. We're going to have these come before us often throughout the city. This is a city rich in history, rich in culture, rich in residents that have done wonderful things over the last 153 years. And we need to be aware that we will need to recognize and the history of the city. And if we don't narrow it down to be consistent and be a uniform policy, it's just gonna, at the end, 15 years from now, it's gonna be a mess, and every street's gonna look not the same as the one previous to that, and it's just, I think it cleans it up, so supportive of this item.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? You had a comment, Mayor Pro Tem? Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first, thank you to our staff, because I believe this is the third time that this comes to the council, and I thought when we first voted on it, what an easy, straightforward item. And I don't think it should be looked at ward by ward, because the reality is that our neighborhoods are very different. And I would not want to limit one of the neighborhoods in North Santa Ana to only having one or to only having two, because I think, the neighborhoods are very connected, and they would want to share in that. They would want to bask in whatever it is that they're celebrating with the street topper. So that's the only thing I'm not necessarily married to in this proposed amendments out of the three. So for that reason, specifically, that very small reason, I'll be supporting the sub-motion, but I'm good overall with the item.
So I would like, as I had asked, I'd like additional study on it, only because it doesn't sound like we're all in it. Councilman Fan, do you have any comments? Are you there?
I don't at this time. Thank you.
So there was a motion and a second, and then there was a sub.
So
What
the
was your sub-motion?
Sub-motion was to keep status quo as is. The good thing about status quo is, let's say in a future meeting.
I know what status quo means.
Well, forgive me, I'm still speaking. Status quo gives the Public Works Director the ability to bring council options. So it'll say option number 1 will be 5 street toppers, option number 2 will be 8, option number 3 will be the max amount, which would be whatever the community member is requesting. So it gives council control based off of that respective history.
So, City Manager, since we're going to end this conversation now, I'm very aware of status quo means, but I just want to be clear that if you can bring something back with the options, but also work study, so if you can bring it back at the first meeting in April, only because there's a lot going on right now, and then we could talk about this again, and then we can make a decision at that time.
So would you like to see the resolution return with the informational report?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
And maybe we do a community survey. We all talk up here about what the community wants, right? And I'll guarantee you, the community's gonna be very different all over the city on toppers. And so that's the beauty about our city. But I do like the consistency and keeping things together. And again, we're all gonna vote how we feel is right at the end of the day. But I think a community survey would be great to hear what they have to say. I'm sure we can get that done. And if you need some extra time, let us know.
Exactly what I was just going to ask for.
Yeah, that's fine. Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just for clarity, so are we continuing the item to a date uncertain?
We're continuing the item until, City Manager, until first meeting in May or second meeting?
Second meeting in May would allow us more time to gather more input for you.
From the community. Perfect, that would be wonderful.
Mayor, there was a sub-motion that, with a second, that should be voted on.
Okay, the sub-motion was to leave it status quo.
Do you want to sub to continue it?
Yeah, I'd like to sub to continue it.
I'll second your sub-motion.
Thank you. Then let's vote.
A second substitute motion to continue item number 17 to the second meeting in May. Councilmember Becerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Hernandez?
No.
Councilmember Penaloza?
Yes.
Councilmember Fan?
Yes.
Councilmember Vasquez?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Lopez?
No.
Mayor Amescua?
Yes.
Okay. The motion carries with 4 ayes, 3 nays. Nays by Councilmembers Hernandez, Vasquez, and Mayor Pro Tem Lopez. Item continued to the second meeting in May.
Item 18, please.
So, Honorable Mayor and council members, this is an informational report, but we are seeking some direction. This item has to do with options for having senior citizens input on our services that we offer in our city. And our Parks and Recreation and Community Services Executive Director, Hawk Scott, will be giving a brief presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everybody, and a pleasant good evening to you. So this is about the Senior Citizen Commission Information Report. Just a little background. At the January 17th, 2003 meeting, Mayor Amezcua added the following councilmember request item to discuss and consider directing city manager to direct staff to prepare an ordinance establishing a Senior Citizen Commission. There was consensus among the city council to proceed with this item. Staff research surrounding municipalities with existing or prior senior citizen boards commissions. One of the things we do every quarter is my fellow comrades and Orange County directors, we get together and we talk about it, pass information, so it's a good resource as well. Our findings after talking to people around things was that most senior citizen commissions were disbanded and then either reimagined due to time commitment requirements and lack of participation from the community. Some of our neighboring cities, which I'll highlight, Irvine does have a senior citizen council, which is composed of 7 members, 5 which are appointed by each member of the council. One thing they do different is they have 2 at-large members through a public recruitment process through a 5-member panel identified by an ad hoc committee. Anaheim does have a senior citizen commission, which they recently went back to, 7-member commission. Each commission must be 60 years of age, a resident, and not hold any paid office or employee with the city. Each commission serves that term and runs concurrently with the current term of the elected official who is appointed. Tustin has a senior advisory board, and the advisory board is bodied to the staff of the Community Service Commission. They do not directly advise the council, but one of the board members is a council member appointed by the mayor. The role is focused on primarily programs, activities, and services that are based out of the senior center. The challenge over there is they struggle with filling board positions. Costa Mesa has a single liaison. They used to have a senior commission, but it was dissolved about 3 years ago. In its place, the city assigned a single liaison to their Parks and Recreation Service Committee. Mission Viejo, they added seats to the Community Service Commission. So Mission Viejo did away with their senior commission, and what they did, they reimagined it. They added 2 more seats to the Community Service Commissions to make a commission of 7. The mayor and pro temp selected an additional person to fill these 2 seats, but they must be a senior. Orange does not have any commission. However, they are run by an Orange Elderly Services, which is a third-party non-profit that runs a senior center. And again, their challenge, I did speak to them, is filling board positions. And our friends to the Garden Grove don't have any. So options we have. We have to establish a senior commission. Also in that packet you guys have was a ordinance that we did draft up as per direction. 2, add 2 seats to the Parks and Recreation Commission to represent our older active adults. 3, establish a senior committee. 4, establish a senior task force. 5, establish a city council standing subcommittee to discuss matters relating to older adults. And last but not least, a city council ad hoc committee to discuss matters relating to our active adults. Our recommendation with all the findings and talking to our local constituents is to add 2 more seats to our existing Parks and Recreation Community Service Commission to make a commission of 9 members to provide insight into the city service delivery for older adults. Our Parks and Recreation Commission is very active and they all do show up now, and it's we're actually going to be moving back into here soon, so that would be our recommendation. And I'll leave it to you all for any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions, Councilman Vasquez?
For a commission, what would that cost the city? What's the cost on running the commission?
The current one we have, they get paid, I believe it's 50.
Staff and all that we do, what's the?
Let's say we run the Parks and Rec Commission every month. Like I said, it takes a couple of us. We'll have video, we'll do it on YouTube, just kind of like what we do here, but with the our Parks and Rec Commission, just like our Youth Commission and any other commission we do.
Okay.
If I can add, council members, so it would be mainly staff time, and some of the staff would be on overtime. And then, of course, if it was a commission established with a stipend, it would be the cost of a
I think I'm going to support the staff's recommendation and go with number 2, to add new seats to the Parks and Rec.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Hawk, for the presentation. Love the suit.
Thank you.
When this conversation has come up a couple times in the last couple of years, and I think the last time it came up was in early 2021, which we were all virtual, we were all remote, and at the time, I believe the Parks and Recs director also made a similar recommendation because of the fact that we had, under Parks and Rec, we had the Youth Commission, we had the Parks and Rec Commission, and they were already providing a lot of, well-rounded good service to our senior citizens in the way of, senior programming at our senior centers and the meals and everything that we were doing. And then because we were all virtual, that just the idea of starting a senior citizen commission at the time felt duplicative because of the work that we were already doing, and the fact that now we were going to have a senior citizen commission having to connect remotely. At the time, we didn't know how long this pandemic was going to run through or how long we were going to be in that virtual state. So I'm happy to have this discussion again, but I think in order to not be duplicative, I would be supportive of the staff's recommendation to add those additional 2 bodies that ensure our senior citizens to our Parks and Rec Commission, making the full body to 9. The question now becomes is if that is the recommendation of the majority, what that looks like and who appoints those 2 representatives, because we already each get 1 Parks and Rec commissioner appointee, and now has that been thought about, Hawk?
Yes, it has. In the recommendation, under this model, the mayor and mayor pro temp would each select an additional person to fill these 2 seats. These 2 commissioners would provide insight into the Parks and Recreation Community Services agenda for service delivery for our active adults. And that's the same model that Mission Viejo does follow, and they say it works very well.
The only, which I'm okay with that personally. The only thing that I would ask is because we select the mayor pro tem annually, on an annual basis, that appointee is aware that they might serve only 1 year. I mean, I don't see the next mayor pro tem saying, oh, you know what, I want to replace a senior citizen after only a year. I don't think that will happen. But that's just what I would ask, is that is known that commissioner could potentially only serve 1 year. And that's it.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Penaloza, for those comments. I agree. I think option number 2 is the preferred one. But you brought up something, Councilmember Penaloza, in regards to the appointments. So mayor and then mayor pro tem, the potential of an annual appointment. Perhaps, and I think we do this with either our Community Development Commission or one of the other commissions, where we have the Chamber of Commerce, or we have some sort of other, it's not an elected official making the appointment. So I think with the Workforce Investment Board, the WIB, we have other organizations that make appointments. So maybe when this item comes back to us, you can give us some options. So maybe it's the mayor appoints one of those 2 spots, and the second one comes from another organization, or maybe there might be 2 organizations that make the most sense to, that are senior supportive or senior friendly, that might be the ones to more appropriately appoint these 2 members.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. That's all I have.
Mayor?
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Just
Go ahead.
I know that the city of Garden Grove, when they do their commission appointees, they're not, for all their commissions, from what I understand, they're not directly appointed by the sitting council member. It's just kind of an open application system that the city puts out and saying, hey, if you're a resident of Garden Grove or the city, whatever it is, apply, and then those commissioners get vetted and then they get, I'm not sure if they're vetted or not, but they come before the city council for approval. So now that I'm further thinking about it, to avoid having the mayor or the mayor pro tem have multiple appointees to that commission or have to go through that, I would suggest, not sure if my colleagues would agree, but that staff has an open enrollment for I know we have two senior citizen centers in the city that each of them have a huge attendance and good group of senior citizens that participate in those centers, that I'm sure if staff would say, hey, there's 2 seats open, I'm sure we'd get, or even one from each senior center, since we have 2. If we told that respective group of each center, hey, you each get to pick somebody and then, or apply, that way because I would hate to see again that appointee of the mayor pro tem be switched out after only a year. I don't know, just something that to think about. But
No, I support that. I think it's a great idea. I also support item number 2, and then taking applications from both senior centers and selecting one from each senior center. My only concern is that the Parks and Recs and Community Services Commission, they meet at night. Is that correct?
We meet later on in the day, about 4:30.
4:30, okay. So we just have to be aware that they may, we need to be cognizant of what their needs are as well. And then it's not just Park Rec. Community services, very important because of food resources for them and transportation, and what are their needs. And so I know you'll do a great job, and staff will do a great job of being sensitive to their needs as well. We know that the senior population is growing in the area of lacking housing. Their numbers are sadly growing, so that's going to be a topic to also work on for us as leaders in the city, for all of you as well, housing for our seniors. And so I'm supportive of item number 2 as well, and I appreciate the work that you and your staff brought this forward, and I look forward to who you're going to, or how they'll be selected. I'm sure it'll be interesting at the senior centers to watch how they select them. But thank you. If there's no other comments, we'll move on.
I had a comment. Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I'm very supportive of staff recommendation. My only concern was about the appointment process, and I agree with Councilmember Peñalosa. I think it should be lottery-based and opening it. I actually like his idea, opening it up to people that participate in the senior centers, or really citywide for any senior, to be elected, because I think, everything is politicized, right? And so I don't think it should just be 2 people up here with the authority to designate who sits on the commission. Thank you.
You have something to say, Councilman?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thank you. As part of our options, maybe we can throw in like a bingo tournament. Maybe we can see if whoever wins the bingo tournament from each senior center, then they get the
All right,
lucky
we got to go
draw.
back into closed session. I don't want to be here till 1 o'clock. Madam City Manager, I think you got direction.
We have direction, and
Great.
we will return.
Thank you.
Mayor,
everybody.
sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I apologize.
No worries. The only thing, first of all, thank you so much, staff, for doing all the background on this. I know Mayor Pro Tem Lopez had brought it up, and Mayor Amezcua, thank you to you too. The only question I had was that it says that the member of the senior, right, the definition of a senior, at least in the draft, is someone who's 55 and older. I guess in my mind, a senior is 65 and older because they're typically someone who tends to be retired. I'm not sure. But I guess my point is we're trying to give voice to those who are, who is not the typical person who's still in the workforce and whatnot. I don't want to make generalizations. But I guess I look forward to whatever staff's going to bring back. And I really like the idea of adding 2 people to the Parks and Rec Commission. I think it encourages efficiency while making sure our seniors have a voice. So thank you so much.
Thank you, council member. We'll look at 65 and older. All right, I think we got direction. Thank you.
And I just wanted to also share, I'm supportive of staff's recommendation. Thank you, sir.
All right, item 19. Thank you, Hawk.
So item 19 is actually a work study session regarding roadway cleaning fee. And we do have a presentation for this item, and once again, it will be Director Saba doing the presentation.
Good evening again. Item 19 is a work study session relating to the environmental sanitation and roadway cleaning fee. I'd like to provide you with an overview of the fee. The sanitation fee is used for roadway cleaning that covers the cost of the following services: street sweeping, sidewalk and alley cleaning, illegal deposits, rubbish removal, sanitation and right-of-way inspection and enforcement, and weed abatement services. The cost of this program to the residents and the businesses is right now $5.35 per month, and it's billed on a bi-monthly basis for a $10.70 per bill. The fee is assessed on about 89,000 units in the city, which generates $6.2 million per year for the program. This is a typical municipal bill. One of them is residential, the other one is commercial or multifamily. This is an expanded view of the bill. As you can see, the charge for a typical residential charge is $10.70, and the second example shows a typical multifamily charge for which has just happened to have 204 units for a total charge for sanitation of $2,182.80. Some history on the fee. The fee was established on June 17, 1991 by an ordinance. At that time, it was fixed, and it was fixed since 1996. And it was reduced in 2017 when the tree service program expenses were removed from the fund. Reasons for the adjustment is to increase the increased cost of street sweeping. Now, street sweeping contracts must pay prevailing wage, and we are looking at increasing the amount of linear miles that we wanting to service our city, do more street sweeping, and increase in the frequency of our sweeping activities. In the same time, it's increased cost for dealing with the unhoused population and the cleanups and the support of the quality of life team, and also the increased demand for the sanitation inspectors and enforcement, in addition to the increased demand for sidewalk cleaning services through the My Santa Ana app. Because the biggest expense in this fee is the street sweeping, I want to focus a little bit more on what that contract looks like. And the new street sweeping contract, right now, the existing one will expire in June 2024. The current provider or the contractor has asked for an increase of the rates because of just financial issues with the current contract, $18.32. They have asked to almost double that rate, which left us without a choice but to go out for a new RFP, request for proposal for a new service. Like I mentioned, prevailing wage became an issue at the State Department of Industrial Relations requires that street sweeping operators or equipment operators that operate street sweepers be paid prevailing wage, which has almost double, if not more, the cost of the contract coming up. We desire an enhancement of our street sweeping contract coming up. we would like to increase the level of street sweepings. For example, arterials, we would like to double the frequency to twice a week. Industrial streets would be swept twice a month. Alleys would be swept weekly. In addition to these additional sweeping frequencies, we would like to also add to the contract bike lane street sweeping, in addition to additional litter and trash removal on sidewalks and sidewalk cleaning and power washing of our streets and sidewalks. So those are enhancements that we are going to include in the new RFP. The amount of the adjustment, we really don't know yet. It will be based on in a comprehensive financial cost study for the next 10 years for the entire program. The study itself will be conducted by a consultant to ensure compliance with existing law, specifically Proposition 218. The next in the process or next steps are to advertise for a new street sweeping contract, which is already in the street. Next is to follow the Proposition 218 requirement in completing the study, come back to you for the new rates for the next 5 years based on the rate study, conduct a public hearing after a 45-day public notice, and we would be looking at adopting the new rates coming up January 2024, and I am open for any questions that you may have.
Questions, Councilman Vasquez?
I'm just worried that we're going to increase our fees at the same time we're adding new services. So if not put them together, separate them, or because that's going to hit us hard, right? We already get a lot of complaints about the utility bill, and bringing those two things with the street cleaners, but then adding those services, it's going to compound the amount each family's paying and hit them hard, and it's going to be a lot of questions coming at us of why we did this. So I'm just worried about putting the package is what I'm worried about. I know we have to follow the wages for the street cleaners, but then we're adding services as well.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez?
No comments at the moment, Mayor Mesqua. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So just, Director Saba, so as far as what would be coming back to us, when would we have an adjusted rate? Like, what would the rate be? Or, I'm sorry, not what would the rate be? When would you bring it back to us to understand what the increase would fully be?
I am anticipating the RFP for going through the RFP for the street sweeping would give us a good measure on what the new rates will be. We will use that information to complete the rate study, and I am guessing that by maybe October of this year, we would have the package back to you in a recommendation. And again, another maybe work study session to discuss the new contract or the proposals that we're going to be receiving, but also talk about the adjustment of the rates and what the rate study is going to propose for us.
So in other words, we'll put out the RFP, see what we get back, and then from there you'll come back to the council with an idea of what the rate increase could possibly be.
That's the plan.
Okay. I too have concerns about raising the rates given the increases that our residents are already facing, but I don't want to prematurely pass judgment, so I'll look to see what staff brings back to us. So Director Saba, thank you for bringing this to us far enough in advance so that we can actually have a good, productive discussion about what this might entail, because we do not want to provide diminished services for our residents. So I appreciate you doing that. By the way, it wasn't lost on me that one of the items that you called out in your presentation was an increase in requests for sidewalk cleaning through the My San Ana app. So I imagine that nobody from the legislature contacted you and said that along with SB 946 and SB 972, there'd be some funding that comes along with that for the sidewalk cleaning?
We did not have that discussion.
So it'd just purely be on the residents then? Okay, thank you.
No other comments? Councilman Hernandez? So our
our sales tax is 9.25%. We're the highest sales tax in the county, I think, right? Yeah? Is that correct? I looked, I think we have the high, and I'm just asking a generic question. The reason I say that is because I'm not, yeah, you got to bring this back to me. I'm not sold on this. So increase in unhoused, so reason for adjustment, increase in unhoused population cleanups and the cult quality of life team support. So the funding for the quality of life team support, where does that funding come from?
Some of it comes from the general fund, but some of it also part of this fee.
Does the majority come from the general fund?
I'll have to look at those numbers, ma'am.
So the reason I ask that is because if we're cleaning up after the quality of life team, it should be coming from the general fund, or maybe we can find a grant that, of course, with the housing and homelessness grants that are out there, we can find some other way to pay for that. Because I know we have to clean up certain areas, but people are, struggling, and now we want to increase their rates here. I'm not quite sure. I need more information. And we keep talking about prevailing wage. We do want people to get paid a prevailing wage, no doubt. But I'd like to see where it's $87.25 with benefits. I've never seen that, so I'd like more information on that. $87.25 an hourly wage with benefits. I've yet to see that. So I think unless anybody opposes, we'd like to hear more. We'll know more when the RFP goes out, and it'll be brought back to us. Does that work for everybody? What's the timeline, City Manager?
So today it's just a work study to provide information to you. We'll know more, as the director said, after the RFP, so we're hoping by fall of this year.
September, October?
September, October.
Okay, perfect, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, let's go to the next one. The next item. Item 21. This item was brought up by Mayor Pro Tem Lopez, Councilman Hernandez, and I know that Congressman Correa has spoken to all of us, I believe, regarding this issue with the park space. So there's information about this, City Manager?
This is a council member requested item for a discussion with their colleagues.
Mayor Pro Tem, you want to go first, or Councilman Hernandez?
Thank you. So some of you may know the work that I did prior to being on the council was about park equity, because only 4% of our land is dedicated to open space and parkland. And so one of the many lessons, as was stated earlier, from the ongoing pandemic is really the need for the city to prioritize open space in the city of Santa Ana for public health reasons, for mental health reasons, for so that our residents have options of spaces that they can go and congregate and celebrate birthdays and just hang out and live. And so, this is part of the beautification efforts that we're doing in Ward 3. And I want to thank Congressman Correa and his staff, Claudio, who are here, who supported, who met with us, who gave us a briefing about this, some historical context, and also Supervisor Sarmiento's office, who provided a letter of support. The county, the flood channels, they have a lot of lots on this side, and so they would be an important partner for us, and I just want to thank them for vocalizing their support of this item. And so tonight I wanted in conjunction with Councilmember Hernandez, because I believe both of our districts about each other here, we wanted to ask our colleagues to support this item to help us achieve more than 4% of open space here in the city of Santa Ana, and to help us give residents more opportunities of open spaces that they can go and congregate and make beautiful memories. And so we just want to make sure that we start the formal process for this. I was going to call you Congressman. Councilmember Hernandez, do you have anything to add?
You're looking into the future there. I just wanted to say to my colleagues that this is an item that would put Santa Ana at the forefront of having accessible green space. I want to thank the Honorable Congressman Correa for his leadership in facilitating this conversation between our city. That's what leadership in action looks like. I want to thank our supervisor, our former mayor, Vicente Sarmiento. I received your letter of support today, and this is the ability for us to have a park that goes from 5th Street all the way down to Memory Lane, intersecting Ward 5 and Ward 3, and bringing so many families together. So that'll conclude my comments. I hope that we have a majority support for this item today at the dais.
Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua, and thank you, colleagues, for the item. And I want to thank leadership of our local congressman, Mr. Lou Correa, and David Myers from the Wildlands Conservancy for his support regarding this area, this huge swath of open space in our city that could definitely be a huge benefit to all residents in the city and even the county at large. I mean, it's up against a riverbed that's frequently sees many residents that bike down to the beach, run, jog, and it's a huge opportunity for us to increase that park space. I do want to make sure that as we move forward with this staff, that and I'm sure they already know, but that we connect with our federal and state partners for that funding. I know that Congressman Lou Correa is obviously supportive, but that we speak to Senator Umberg and State Assembly Member Avelino Valencia about securing funds, because there's a lot of funding currently available, federal and state, and we don't know how long it will be available. And we should definitely try to get every penny we can to make this a reality. So with that, I will end my comments, fully supportive of seeing the resolution come back to us to make sure that we see this happen during our lifetime. And I also want to say that quickly, that the residents along Riverview Golf Course, specifically along Alona Street, I've spoken to multiple times, and they've been very supportive of seeing that park return to our city. They've showed me their broken windows, their broken cars, their buckets and buckets of golf balls in their garages, that they nicely say, you know, we collect them, but we don't want to. We'd like this park to be reverted back to the city so that the residents could use it, or the land available. With that, those are my comments, Mayor, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Vasquez, any?
Having the ward with 1.5 parks. I say 1.5 because we shared Jerome Park with Ward 5, Ward 2, and Ward 5. We shared that ward. I'm so excited that we get more park space, that that open up this land and have a place for families to go. We're a park-poor city, and this is amazing just to build that. Thank you, Honorable Lou Correa, for partnering up and working on this. And thank you to Councilmember Hernandez and Councilmember Lopez for bringing this forward. This is something that we are in dear need of, to have this land and to have kids play out in the green. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I too would like to take this opportunity to thank Congressman Correa for his advocacy on this particular park. With that being said, the only disappointment I have is because the area between 17th and Warner in our city is very park deficient, and I'd hope that we would be increasing park space in a ward or wards that have a need for parks, because I think Ward 3, and I'm very proud to say even Ward 4 down on the south end, we have an abundance of park space, and I'll look to staff, we could use some community centers, but we do have park space. And so while this item is going to add park space that is direly needed by all of our residents, I do wish it was located south of 17th, but I appreciate the advocacy of the congressman. And I saw the letter of support from Supervisor Sarmiento, and I hope that that will also include some dollars with that, because we can advocate and we can cheerlead, but I think it would really be important to see some funding by that. And I know that Congressman Correa's commitment to securing that funding speaks volumes. So thank you again, Congressman Correa, for not only advocating for it, but pushing to make sure we get funding to make this park a reality. Thank you.
Councilmember Fan?
Thank you. I'm very supportive of this. Thank you to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Hernandez, Congressmember Correa. I look forward to getting the money. We have the space, we need the money, and that's the only thing stopping us. So very excited for new parks, and hopefully to echo what Councilmember Becerra said, that we'll continue to build parks in other areas of the city that's also park poor. Thank you.
Thank you. I will also be supporting this item. And thank you to Congressman Correa. I think the day after I was sworn in, he called me to say, we need to talk about a park. So I don't think he gave me a full 24 hours. And so he's been working on this for quite some time. And Claudio, thank you for being here tonight to represent him. Really appreciate that. And I look forward to the park, whether it takes 1 year, maybe 2 max. Claudio, we could get moving, get the Muddy City manager, 3 years max. I don't know. Maybe in my lifetime, hopefully. So yes, I think you got the direction that we're all pretty supportive up here. So thank you.
Mayor, if I could quickly add.
Quickly.
I hope that the resolution comes back before us, maybe first meeting in April, just so that we could assure that our congressman is in town to help us steer this to victory.
Yeah, we can find out when he's in town, and then we can invite
First meeting in April.
Is that when he's in town?
Yes.
Did you confirm that with Claudio or something?
I confirmed that with the congressman himself.
Okay, first meeting in April.
So
Thank you.
may I get a clarification, so that the item doesn't say anything about a resolution, but that's how you would you'd like us to set forth
Yes,
in a resolution?
Is that what you want?
Yes, we would like to see a resolution brought forth.
Yeah, there should have been a reso attached to, is it? Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you for
Yes.
confirming.
Okay.
So there is a resolution. If you click on it and read it,
We just
you'll
didn't
see
put it,
there.
okay,
Yes,
perfect.
thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
All right, since we clarified when he's going to be in town. Okay, city manager, do you have any announcements?
Yes, Honorable Mayor and Council members, just a quick one. To kick off National Public Works Week in May, our Public Works Agency invites everyone out, family, friends, for a free community event that will be on Saturday on May 20th from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. at the Walnut Water Pump Station. And they always put on a very good event with lots of goodies. So May 20th, 11 a.m. to 3.
That's it? All right, council member comments. Councilman Vasquez?
I want to thank Councilmember Becerra for bringing out Valley High School. It was great to see. One of my students was here, and I'm a big fan of the arts. I do a lot of art in my classroom. We do murals at our school, and we have art in my office from the students as well. I do appreciate that. Also, want to mention we went out to clean out Pacific Electric Park this last weekend. We had a good time. About 30 people, volunteers showed up. It was great. I had mentioned before that I had students working on community service and gathering books for the local mini libraries. It was part of a competition for community service. I think we have 1,000 books. We're going to give them out. The competition was regional, and the students will be going on to state. They did take first place in the region, so I'm so happy for them. And hopefully, after we take state, we'll bring them over and celebrate them.
Thank you. Councilman Penalosa?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before I make my comments, I want to give a very warm welcome to our new city clerk, Ms. Jennifer Hall, who is her first council meeting today, and hoping that every resident gets to know her over the next number of years, I should say. With that, this Sunday, March 12th, is daylight savings time, so we all lose an hour of sleep. So make sure to move your clocks forward an hour on Sunday morning. And With that, I just want to mention, Madam City Manager, that I keep getting approached by many residents in the Madison Park and Delhi neighborhoods about, and I hope our Executive Director of Public Works is listening, about the streets along Warner Street that are currently closed for construction and the Warner widening. I've heard from residents along Maple and Oak and Cypress and I believe it's Holiday, but all the streets along Warner Street across the way from Delhi Park, that they've lived there for 30 plus years. And this is the first time they see kids outside playing in the street, kids on bikes, kids playing with their ball, people walking safely across the street, that they'd never seen that before because these neighborhood streets were open to the massive traffic that comes off of Warner. So the last year almost, these streets have all been closed off for construction, and the residents love it. And I know I sent you an email, Director Saba, a couple months ago, and I got a response, but I really want us to, if we closely look at that as we move forward and maybe meet, that'd be great for those residents. One of the residents even said, I'm sure that if I sell my house right now, my property value is probably higher than it is because it's technically a cul-de-sac. Even though it's temporary, the residents love it. So just something to ponder on, and thank you, that's it.
Thank you. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor Mesqua. I want to thank the members of the public who came and attended today's meeting and participated and advocated for what's important to them. I want to wish a happy birthday to Ruben Salazar, who was born on March 3rd of 1928. Ruben Salazar was a Mexican American who was born in the Ciudad de Juarez, Mexico, and he was brought to the United States with his family in 1929. He began his U.S. naturalization process in 1947. He served in the Army, the U.S. Army, for 2 years. After serving in the Army, he attended Texas Western College, and he graduated in 1954 with a degree in journalism. Shout out to all our Texans. He obtained a job as an investigative journalist at the now defuncto El Paso Herald-Post. He became the first Mexican-American journalist in California history, working for the Los Angeles Times from 1959 to 1970. During his career, he became one of the most prominent figures to talk about the struggles of Chicano people, to talk about our rights that we should be afforded to education and housing, and his stance on the war in Vietnam. Unfortunately, on August 29th, 1970, during the Chicano moratorium, he was shot and killed by a LA sheriff. The sheriff's name was Thomas Wilson. And he struck Ruben Salazar on the head with a projectile, tear gas projectile, and he was immediately killed. The Chicano moratorium is something that empowers many of us. It's the reason why the Chicano Heritage Festival takes place on the last Sunday in the month of August, is to commemorate the death of Ruben Salazar. Still we mourn, still we say his name, and I wish his family a happy angelversary to him. Thank you.
Councilman Becerra.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would also like to welcome our new city clerk, Jennifer. I'm glad to have you aboard. Hopefully you'll be here more than just a couple of years. March 4th, just wanted to give a shout out to OCFA, our Orange County Fire Authority, who provides our services for fire and emergency here in Santa Ana. Hosted its first open house since 2019. It was great to see all the residents and especially the children out there that got to ride on the fire engines, try out the fire hoses, which sounds kind of peculiar and amazing, but yeah, we saw kids with fire hoses and they were out there enjoying the live demonstrations. One thing I'm excited about is that while this particular open house took place over at the Fire Authority headquarters, I was told that there will be open houses at the individual fire stations here in Santa Ana later this year, so stay tuned for that. I'd like to encourage folks to get involved with the city budget process, and a great way to do that is to participate in the community meetings that are coming up. The next one is going to be at McFadden Intermediate, or as they call it now, MIT, on Thursday, March 9th at 6 p.m. I wanted to congratulate the Floral Park neighborhood on being officially approved as a federal and state recognized historic district. So Floral Park, which was originally known as North Broadway Park, now joins downtown and French Park as the only districts in Santa Ana that are listed on the National Register of Historic Places. So congratulations again, Floral Park. And I wanted to wish those that celebrate St. Patrick's arrival in Ireland a very happy St. Patrick's Day, and please celebrate responsibly. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you. So I'm not going to have any comments other than say thank you for those who spoke tonight. Well, I have a few. I'm sorry. I want to thank you, Norma, for covering as the clerk. Thank you very, very much. I know I've only arrived a few months now, but you're very helpful. You've always been very helpful to me, so, and I know to many others sitting up here. So thank you for your service. Thank you very much. And welcome, Jennifer. Welcome. Madam City Manager, I'd like an update from the joint school district and city meetings that are happening. I've been here, I'm new, so I'd like to know what is going on with them and what is the plan and what they're working on. So if you can set that up for the next meeting, I'd really appreciate that. Or I'm going to close.
Mayor, can I provide my comments?
No, we're done. I'm going to go back in closed session, but thank you. I'm going to close already.
Well, then I move to have the floor. Is there a second?
I second.
Thank you.
I want to close the meeting. We have to go back into closed
No, I
session.
know, but everybody gets the opportunity to provide closing comments.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
And
didn't
so
do
you
it?
skipped me?
I apologize. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I apologize. My bad. I have a cold and I want
Thank
to go
you.
home.
No, totally get it. So first, I just want to congratulate Mr. Crockett for being appointed to the Personnel Commission. Finally, I did that. And I think tonight's agenda is a culmination of all of the work that we've done with the Saddleback View lights. Thank you for being part of that process, Desi, with the Caltrans funding, with, the Santa Clara and Bristol traffic signal installation. I just want to thank our staff, Public Works. That is the outcome of the meetings that we had with Riverview Neighborhood Association. It was something that they had been asking for many years. And so I'm very proud of the work that we've done with the different neighborhoods in conjunction with our staff, with the city manager. Thank you for listening and for putting something into action. I also just want to echo the mayor's sentiments and thank you, Norma. You really stepped up at a very difficult time for so many of us here. You should be very proud of yourself. I know that your team is proud of you. We're all proud of you. So thank you for your work. And on a sad note, I just would like us to end tonight's meeting in the memory of Gerardo Moet, who has passed away. And, if you know the family, please just reach out. I think it would mean a lot to them to hear from people. He spent many years here. And, his kids are born and raised in the city of Santa Ana. They live in the Park Santiago neighborhood. And so please, if you can, reach out to the family in this very difficult time. So thank you. Have a good night.
Councilmember Fan.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to echo what Councilmember Becerra mentioned regarding the community budget meeting. We had the first budget meeting at New Hope Library on March 1st, and it was really fun to hear a lot of your ideas, your thoughts, your concerns. Staff takes it very seriously. So please, please, please do the surveys, attend those meetings. It's vitally important for us to hear from you directly. Thank you to Norma. Welcome to Jennifer. And everyone, please stay safe out there. I know that the governor says there's no longer a COVID emergency and the president says there's no state of emergency, but here I am 3 years avoiding COVID and I still caught it. Luckily, it's I think overall a mild case, but still get tested, still take care of yourself and still mask up in crowded areas. And with that, good night.
Thank you. I'm going to close this meeting in memory of Gerardo Moet. Gerardo was born and raised in Tijuana, Mexico. He came to the United States as a young man and earned an education that would eventually land him in public service. Gerardo began working for the city of Santa Ana in September of 1990 as an outreach program coordinator. He moved his way up the ranks, working as an assistant
to the city manager in 2002. Then later that year, promoted to assistant directors of Parks and Rec. Gerardo promoted again and served as the executive director of Parks and Recreation from 2004 to 2018. During his tenure in Parks and Rec, he helped add 10 new parks, supported quality joint use projects, and enhanced engagement with the community. Because of his experience in leadership, Gerardo also served as the acting city manager from December 2016 to April 2017. Excuse me. During his time in this role, Gerardo exercised his passion of working across all city departments to support projects that enhance the quality of life for all residents. Gerardo also went on to serve as the director of Parks and Rec for the city of Long Beach from 2018 to 2020. There, he assisted in adding new parks and improving relations within the community. He retired from the city of Long Beach in 2020. Gerardo passed away this morning, Tuesday, March 7th. He leaves behind his wife, Jenny, and their 2 adult children, Monica and Andrew. Gerardo has made an immeasurable impact on our community, and I am saddened to learn of his passing. We all are sad to learn of his passing, and he will be missed dearly. And this meeting is closed in his honor.